never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. has issued a warning to Iran urging them not to escalate the conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Iran has supported Hamas and other groups that continue to carry out attacks on Israel. Iranian leaders have routinely threatened to wipe Israel off the map.
During his address to the UN Security Council, Secretary of State Antony Blinken stated that the U.S. will respond firmly if Iran or its proxies carry out attacks on U.S. personnel in the Middle East. He called on leaders to convey this message to Iran both publicly and privately, advising them not to open another front in the Israel conflict. Additionally, Blinken revealed that 33 Americans lost their lives in Hamas attack on Israel earlier this month. It appears the White House is underscoring that there is no place for anti-Semitism in the U.S.
We must all do our part and forcefully speak out against anti-Semitism.
This comes after Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre receiving criticism on Monday for a response to a question regarding the increase in anti-Semitism during the Israel-Hamas conflict. When asked about concerns over rising anti-Semitism, Jean-Pierre mentioned that the administration has observed no credible threats, then discussed crimes targeting Muslims and Arab Americans. Majority Whip Tom Emmer has ended his speakership bid after he, too, failed to unite the House GOP. That's according to two people familiar with the situation. Car payments have reached their highest rates in decades, with over 6% of subprime borrowers characterized by lower credit scores and higher interest rates being more than 60 days overdue on their auto loans in September, as reported by Fitch Ratings. This delinquency rate is the highest recorded in Fitch's data spanning nearly 30 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Jenna Ellis, a former campaign lawyer for ex-President Trump, has entered the plea deal in the Georgia election interference case. Facing 2 felony counts, she pleaded guilty to aiding and abetting false statements and writings. Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesbrough pleaded guilty last week, and Scott Hall, a bail bondsman, pleaded guilty last month. Trial dates for Trump and the remaining 14 co-defendants are pending. A contingent of Senate Republicans is calling on President Biden to expand the construction of the border wall, a move supported by sheriffs in South Texas.
It's a red, white, and blue. We took an oath, and we need to protect our people. We need to take our border back.
Zapata County Sheriff Ray Del Bosque contends that the wall would reduce incidents of individuals entering and evading capture, a concern for residents of Texas ranches. Earlier this month, the White House granted waivers for several environmental laws to facilitate construction in a heavily trafficked sector of the Texas border. The NHL is lifting its ban on players using colored stick tape for various causes. Initially, the league prohibited special jerseys during the theme nights like Pride or Military Appreciation. The ban on colored tape aimed to prevent players from bypassing the rule. However, an Arizona Coyote player used rainbow pride tape to support the LGBTQ community, prompting discussion, and officially announced the policy change on Tuesday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Check 1, 2. Is it that time again? Yep. So here we go. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard as we kick off a Wednesday hump day. We will turn our page on the calendar. Time zone to time zone. 25th day of October. How about that? What's in store? The big show. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. How about a much warmer night outside the secret bunker? 62 degrees. Kind of a cloudy night, but yeah, we've got a few days of warmer temperatures coming our way. I will not complain, because I see the reality check is coming our way by this time next week. It's going to be a whole different ball game. For those in the eastern third of the country, really, my advice is get out and enjoy these next few days. with plenty of sunshine and those warmer temperatures. I can tell you the forecasters are breaking down. We're less than a week from Halloween now. The trick-or-treaters forecast. They've got the early prognostication. Yeah, we'll break that down for you as we make our way into the new day. In the meantime, a little touch of Old Man Winter is already impacting areas out west, in particular the northwest and north central USA, where we have winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories stretching through a good chunk of Washington, nearly the entirety of Montana, northern half of Idaho, on over into North Dakota. Winter storm warnings in the northwest corner of North Dakota, winter storm watches extending all the way over to the North Dakota-Minnesota line. I've been talking about that the last couple of days. Our first true shot at some travel snarling snow and wintry precipitation. So we'll start right there with our traveler's weather. We've got plenty of moisture from the Pacific, bringing rain to western Washington and Oregon from now on into Thursday. But just a few thousand feet up in elevation over the Cascades, it's going to be cold enough for snow, and it's going to accumulate down to pass levels. So for those moving the freight or traveling, venturing across the Cascade passes, be prepared. This is going to be our first early winter weather, road conditions ranging from wet to slushy to snow-covered over the higher terrain Washington and Oregon Cascades. 6 to 12 inches will likely accumulate between now and Friday morning. Further to the east over Washington, it's going to be a mix of rain and snow with mostly rain showers for central Oregon through Thursday. But the air will become cold enough for a few inches to accumulate over the Blue Mountains in northeast Oregon. The air trending drastically colder further to the east in much of Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, northern Wyoming. We're going to be seeing much more substantial snow falling there, even down to the valley floors and over the high plains to the east of the Rockies through Thursday. It's going to come in a couple of rounds in some locations. The first batch, including northern Idaho, ramps up overnight tonight. Tuesday night continues into the day. Wednesday, that second round will be heavier, developing on Wednesday night, then winding down Thursday night. That second burst of snow is going to fall a bit further south than this first round, may dip to far to the south as northern Utah, western and northern Wyoming, and southwestern South Dakota. This snow may also reach portions of northern Minnesota. But areas of Montana, North Dakota, Idaho that are hit by both rounds, you're going to see the areas most likely more than a foot of accumulation. Temperatures have trended lower, obviously, compared to last week when we were in the 60s, 70s, and even some 80s out west. Great Falls, Montana, you may challenge in the coming days some record low temperatures. How about 8 degrees on the plus side, not negative, but that's the old record. And you could challenge that Wednesday night, 24 hours or so from now. Most of the record lows out west from Wednesday night into the weekend are like 5 below or lower, and we're not really going to be seeing that sort of temperature, the sub-zeros. We are going to be talking lower single digits, though, into the weekend. Strong winds will accompany this cold blast, and that's going to be blowing and drifting snow. While an all-out blizzard is not expected, there can still be areas of blowing and drifting snow, a very hazardous travel. In addition to some of the roads in the mountains and the passes closing for a time, roads at lower elevations in eastern Montana, western North Dakota may also close for a while. Those plunging temperatures will cause any wet or slushy areas to freeze solid. And this could actually put the cold and the wind, may put some of the livestock in the region at risk. But after the snow diminishes Thursday night, Yet another round may develop even further to the south and east over this weekend as the colder air makes yet another push. That next round might actually bring the Denver metro area your first widespread accumulation this year. Denver typically picks up about 5 inches of snow during the month of October. It tends to fall one or two events, and this weekend may actually be one such event. Snow may extend for hundreds of miles from the Wasatch Range in Utah to a large portion of Colorado and southern Wyoming, to areas further east and over the Central Plains, and maybe even portions of southern Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan coming up this weekend. They are watching for a narrow zone of sleet and freezing rain that may develop south of the snow zone, where that push of cold air is going to be very shallow. All right. Meanwhile, we talked about enjoying the warmer temperatures here over the next few days. Yeah. The weekend storm and the cold, blustery conditions as we started this week is abruptly turning around. Opportunities to get out there and enjoy some pleasant conditions. Maybe looking to catch up on some outdoor projects, exercising outdoors, last-minute Halloween decorating. Big area of high pressure over much of the eastern third of the country as it builds on in, daytime highs trending upward. Philadelphia, for example, after daytime highs were in the 70s this past day. You're going to climb well into the 70s for your Wednesday. Probably going to be within a few degrees of 80 from Thursday to Saturday. Very similar story for D.C. and Baltimore, highs in the 80s are forecast later this week. New York City, Boston, further to the west, Pittsburgh, temperatures will climb into the 70s here for the middle and latter portions of the week and over the weekend. Overnight hours, the morning hours, still going to be a little chilly, especially here this midweek. But like the daytime temperatures, nighttime lows are also going to be trending upward. After lows in the 30s, 40s, and 50s tonight, nighttime lows generally 40s, 50s, and maybe lower 60s by the end of the week. Even in the southeast, finally some pleasant weather. Atlanta, Charlotte, North Carolina, Birmingham, Alabama, many other large cities. Daytime highs for the middle and latter portions of this week, ranging from the upper 70s to middle 80s with plenty of sunshine for each day. As I mentioned, get out there and enjoy this because, would you like the rest of the story? The pattern beyond this week, as conditions warm up the east, the opposite is unfolding out west, as we've already discussed. Following 7 rainy weekends in a row. With wet weather on at least one of the weekend days there in the Northeast, New York City, and many other areas. It looks like the rain may hold off this coming weekend. There's at least one way that it could see a few showers develop as a cold front approaches from the west, but kind of slows down over the region. That front's going to spread a swath of clouds and rain on the backside later this weekend, which will lead to a chilly, wet zone setting up over portions of New England, the Central Appalachians, and the Ohio Valley. Colder air continues to advance in waves throughout next week, where there's the likelihood where we could be talking the first rounds of lake effect snow as the week progresses next week. It has to begin somewhere. So, all right, like I said, we've got to the breakdown regionally around the country, the Halloween, the trick-or-treaters forecast, as they refer to it, coming up here in a bit. Copy the mail, 5-7, on board out of the box. Mary Ann says, good morning, Steve and the overnight family. Hello, Gilligan. Another cool night driving under the stars in Natural Bridge, Virginia. 49 at this hour. Keep it shiny side up out there. All right, morning, Steve and the overnight drive crew. Christian is on board. 73 degrees in Iowa City, Iowa. Kind of windy. We've got some showers. That's the milkman. Move in the milk. Hello, Cap and Ron. 67 rolling north through Ocala, Florida. A nice clear night for trailer trucking here in Florida where I live. Semper Fi, everybody. I'm going to head over and tune in on the app. Glenn, good morning, Steve. All the listeners out there, clear skies, beautiful weather, 73 in Gainesville. Keep on trucking. All right, not a bad night. Shorty, what do you got? I-77 northbound, the North Carolina-Virginia line. See, it's a little still cool on the eastern seaboard. We're not seeing the frost advisories, though, like we saw 24 hours ago. He's at 48 degrees, Columbus bound. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, Bull Huller, 71 in Sapulpa, Oklahoma. 65 bluegrass heifers headed for the Lone Star State. My powerful chrome-plated cow truck, as usual, running stout and fast, looking good. A special one-night-only shout-out to Gilligan. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Hello, Larry. Be safe. 56 degrees, Platkill, New York. It's round number 2 to Schenectady, New York. What do you say, Pappy? 61 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? What day is it? Nocturnal listeners know what day it is. Let's get this hump day show started up. Hit them digits, 844-844-3388. Chime in, join in on the show. Breaker 19. How about two-time world champion manure hauler? Are you out there? Hammer down. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Stay safe. Are you with me? We're with you, Pappy. Good to have you on board. Hello, Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. Kind of an overcast night, 60 degrees. Got the Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. Anybody else, John asked, anybody else wondering about the giant hurricane in just a few hours about to tear up Mexico? Explosive intensification never seen before. Hurricane hunters are baffled and speechless over how fast this thing blew up. Yes, that is the fact, John, and it is what they're describing as unprecedented in terms of intensification. It's a Category 5 storm. Now, this is what occurred. Yeah, the storm was early in the day a 50-mile, the tropical wind was a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm at 4 o'clock Central Time on Monday. It ramped up to a 160-mile-per-hour Category 5 hurricane by 10 p.m. Central Time on Tuesday. Now, this rapid intensification, winds increased by 35 miles per hour or greater in 24 hours or less. Yeah, the sustained winds with this hurricane, it's Otis, increased by 80 miles per hour in 12 hours' time, the most rapid intensification on record for the East Pacific Basin since at least 1966. Now, here's the scary part. Otis is likely to undergo additional strengthening, with this thing maintaining Category 5 intensity before making landfall along the Mexican coastline here on Wednesday. AccuWeather said there could be winds gusting to 210 miles per hour with this storm. Otis is going to bring a wide variety of life-threatening impacts to parts of the Mexico coastline. I mean, a very popular area, Acapulco, home to almost 1 million people, is squarely in line. A major hurricane has not made landfall in this area in modern times. This Otis may result in catastrophic damage. It will quickly become a humanitarian crisis in the wake of the storm, where many people will be needing medical care, supplies, food, shelter, safe drinking water. It's way down in Mexico, but Acapulco, we're all familiar. Possibly 210 mile per hour gust. This thing is going to wreak havoc on the coast of Mexico. All right, there you go. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we're off and rolling here on a Wednesday morning. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. A couple of other folks checking in. Roy, there in Northwest Illinois, said, Steve, hey, I put a little stay bill in the push mower that hadn't run for a few weeks. After a few cranks, it fired right up. Probably because it had only maybe set for a few weeks. Here's the way it works with the stay bill. If you've got gas that's been sitting out there for 3, 4, 5 months, adding stay bill doesn't rejuvenate or bring back the freshness of that gas. You want to treat the gas like when you first buy that 5-gallon can, whatever you're buying for your summer months. You treat it in the spring. And if you're like me, I purchase several gallons. I just have the push mower that I run, not a big yard, but I could use that several gallons all summer long. So I need to treat it when I first buy it. It keeps that fresh through the summer. A lot of folks think that if you've purchased your fuel, say in April, firing the mower up in the spring, and here we are now into October. If that gas was not treated in the spring, it's gone stale through the summer months. Untreated. It's kind of adding stay bills, not going to bring it back to life. Treat that fuel when you purchase it. Then it's good for 2 years. All right, Phil, Roy, hope that makes sense. But just so you know there, treat that fuel when you purchase it. John is on board. Hello, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed to you and the followers. God bless the U.S. of A. and the nation of Israel. Good to have you on board. Top of the morning, Santa Claus checks in 68 degrees in Sacramento, California. All right, Santa Claus out. Norman said, just looked outside, 99% humidity. I guess that's north central Kansas, kind of a hazy night. All right, coming up, we've got latest numbers, prices at the pump. Another recall to inform you about some of the industry headlines. The latest on the UAW strike. We've added another 5,000 UAW workers hit the picket line. Who do you think got hit this past day? Yeah, 3 guesses. First 2 don't count. Yeah, they hit Ford last week. They hit Stellantis on Monday. Tuesday, it was General Motors' turn for things to expand. We'll give you the latest. Working late into the night. I mean, it was after 10 o'clock p.m. when the latest news came down that what's going on with a Speaker of the House. The saga drags on and on. There were multiple rounds of voting on Tuesday trying to whittle down that field of candidates, which led ultimately to House Majority Whip Tom Emmer winning the nomination, only to drop out several hours later. What he ran into is pretty much identical to what Jim Jordan ran into when he was the nominee. There were 20-some-odd Republicans who would not and said will not vote for Emmer. Emmer is considered, now Trump even said, Emmer is a rhino Republican. So those ultra-conservatives, the same that many of which would not support Jordan, also would not support Emmer. Final round came down to Emmer and Mike Johnson. Emmer had 117 votes. Johnson had 97, despite winning the nomination. His bid was pretty much dead in the water. In the next Republican vote, 21 voted for someone other than Emmer, and 5 simply voted present. So there were 26 not on board. Things continued, and we'll fill you in where we stand at this point. Coming up after the news break here on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israel's war against Hamas is in its 18th day as heavy fighting continues. Intense negotiations are reportedly underway to try to free a large number of hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Israel has agreed to delay a ground invasion as the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt work to free hostages. Court documents show the off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot who allegedly tried to shut off the engines of a Horizon Airlines flight had taken psychedelic mushrooms. Joseph David Emerson was sitting in the cockpit jump seat when he said, "I'm not okay," before trying to pull the engine fire extinguisher handles. One pilot struggled with Emerson. He told the flight attendant, "You need to cuff me right now or it's going to be bad." He faces 160 state charges, including attempted murder. Dave Collins, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What's going on with Buckeye Boy? Let me see. He chimes in this morning from Ackworth, Georgia. 55 degrees. We're nearly 10 degrees warmer. It's 62 right now outside the bunker. That's crazy. Been really busy the last couple weeks with the class reunion weekend before the last in southern Ohio. Then Kathy's family and helping my friend get his bar prepared for the grand opening of the new section they built at the Upper Deck in Grove City. Grand opening last Saturday went very well, and the Buckeyes won. Went to the granddaughter's wedding Saturday in Covington, where she's a tattoo artist. Quite an eclectic crowd there, and it was in the middle of a field at a park, but it was a great time. Kathy's brother and his wife came in on Sunday about 12:30 or so, had some snacks, showed him the house after the remodel. Went to the stepsons, grilled out with some adult beverages, played some cards, golfing yesterday, and walked around downtown Woodstock, Georgia. Went to dinner at a place called Reels. Absolutely outstanding food. We then said our goodbyes, and we're headed to some friends in Canton, Georgia for a couple of days now. Found out yesterday I'm going to have to rebuild the engine in the truck in Salt Lake after they got the head off and saw the damage to the piston sleeves. Well over $32,000, which was not in the yearly maintenance budget. The truck's still in the shop because the shop and insurance adjuster arguing about what needs fixed. All I can tell you is insurance companies suck. Got to go Thursday for a stress test, and I'm not looking forward to that. So, man, oh man, it has been a busy couple of weeks for Buckeye Boy. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. Monty Python, hello from Highland, California, 64 degrees. Kevin on board, good morning to the overnight crew. There's Jeffrey, good morning from New York City. Ready for another exciting show. Rubber Duck says, home, finally, thankfully. It's time for a beer. There you go. All right, thanks so much for checking in. All right, back to the speaker debacle. I don't know if they've wrapped things up for the night or not. Yeah, but again, going back to Emmer, despite winning the nomination, he was not going to get the votes. And Emmer would not have enough support to clinch the speakership if they actually held a full House vote. Yeah, former President Trump issued a statement sharply criticizing Emmer, suggesting lawmakers should not back him. I have many wonderful friends wanting to be Speaker of the House. Some are truly great warriors. Rhino Tom Emmer, who I do not know well, is not one of them. He never respected the power of a Trump endorsement or the breadth and scope of MAGA, Make America Great Again. That's all he said. He did go on to say, he fought me all the way and actually spent more time defending Ilhan Omar than he did me. He is totally out of touch with Republican voters. I believe he's now learned his lesson because he's saying he's a pro-Trump all the way. But who can ever be sure? He's only changed because that's what it takes to win. The Republican Party cannot take that chance because that's not where the American First voters are. Voting for a globalist rhino like Tom Emmer would be a tragic mistake. Emmer shortly thereafter withdrew for the nomination. So the talks continued behind closed doors. Discussion went on. Another vote late in the evening. Again, this came down a little after, this was 10:07 p.m. Eastern time here a few hours ago. Republicans have now chosen Mike Johnson as their latest nominee, hours after Emmer abruptly withdrew. Johnson of Louisiana, a member of the House Republican leadership, a lawyer specializing in constitutional issues, who had rallied Republicans around Trump's legal effort to overturn the 2020 election results. Republicans are meeting late into the evening behind closed doors, desperate to find a way out of a messy situation created by ousting Kevin McCarthy at the start of the month. I don't know if they're going to hold any additional votes. Again, I have no idea what's going on there. Have they adjourned for the evening? I guess we just have to wait for the official word to come down. All right, on to industry headlines. Prices at the pump. Things, when you're saying, I don't even know why they still deal with gas prices in the tenths of a penny. You know, prices were down 1/10 of a penny. It's less than a penny. Why don't you just say the prices stayed the same, right? ProMiles report shows diesel prices broke a streak of 4 consecutive weeks of decline, but just barely, up 1/10 of a cent. 4.43, okay? It's the same as it was because it's 8/10 rather than 7/10. Now, contrary to the national average, most regions were down a bit. 8.6 cents in the California region. Yes, down more than 6 cents in the West Coast without California and the West Coast region. 5 other regions reported declines. The only increases were in the Midwest, about 3.5 cents, and the Rocky Mountain region, up about 2 cents. $4.10 per gallon on the Gulf Coast. That's the lowest average over the past week. The most expensive gallon of diesel is California, still at $6.19 per gallon. So again, national average at $4.43. Now, what do we see? The East Coast averaging about $4.40, the Midwest at $4.29, Rocky Mountain region at $4.56. Then you head out west and things go up, obviously. $5.63 for the West Coast. California at $6.19 per gallon. Recall. Volvo recalling certain trucks after discovering an issue with the steering component. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration documents, Volvo recalling nearly 2,000 model year 2024. So these are brand new trucks. The model years, let's see, VHD, VNL, and VNR trucks. In these vehicles, the fastener that connects two steering components, the pitman arm and drag link, may be loose. This can cause the connection to fail, resulting in a loss of steering control. That's never a good thing. Dealers will inspect and tighten castle nuts and install new cotter pins free of charge. Notification letters will be mailed out early December. The recall population in vehicles built between July of 23 and September of 23, when improper torque may have been used on the castellated nut on the pitman arm to the drag link. You may detect some excessive play, maybe some looseness or vibration in your steering. Failure of the cotter pin or loosening of the nut may be detected during your pre-trip inspections. Now, Volvo was first made aware of this possible defect on September the 18th by the Product Safety Office. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, to date, there have been no accidents or injuries, and there's also been no warranty claims, field reports, or customer complaints. But the problem is out there. It exists. All right, our number 844-844-3388. 57, what's happening here on a hump day?
Not a whole lot. You know, I'm addicted to the reels and YouTube. And as of yesterday, man, all kinds of stuff going on YouTube. Now, let's remember why Steve Summers got bumped off of there. You know, we mentioned the name. That's it. We mentioned the name. But on these reels, and they keep coming, of violence, is mostly violence of Israelis committing violence supposedly to the people in Palestine. Well, yesterday it was a little bit over the top. The guy pulling his sheet back, showing dead babies. And, of course, they're speaking in Arabic, so I didn't understand a word they were saying. Mm-hmm. And then another one, a doctor holding up a body of a headless baby, and it was underlined in English saying, here's a Palestinian headless baby, where's yours, Israel? Well, Israel has a practice of not showing their dead bodies on publishing it. That I understand the leader of Israel did have it published, but I've never seen it. But I reported both these. So, you know, I went ahead and reported it, and they, death, period. I haven't got a word back from YouTube. Violence on reels over on Facebook, same thing. It was showing these people fighting the Jewish soldiers. So I put that on, I reported that on Facebook. They come back and say, we understand that you don't agree with this, but it doesn't cross our community standards.
Okay.
Hey, Facebook, how far do you have to go? Because all these are trying to stir, and trying to incite people to get angry and to get violent. So let's remember that, after all that we went through the election and just words, of course, I guess with this new crowd, words are violence. Then, what I'm saying, it's just, the reels are still full of, I don't know if you've seen them. Have you been watching any of the reels at all?
I haven't seen any of the reels out of the Israel or Gaza. I have not seen any of that.
Okay. Well, I don't think you probably dance around on YouTube much, but the YouTube ones have been very graphic, and Facebook they haven't showed the dead yet. But but they were doing that before the attack. something was up. They knew this stuff was coming because they were showing, oh, this child was killed in Israel. This house was brought down, the Israelis brought down this Palestinian home. You know, obviously not explaining why did the Israelis go into Palestine and do this in the first place. You know, they're not going to mention the violence that they did that caused this to happen. So, and, you know, I take no joy on either side of this. I've been studying Abraham. And ironically, Hagar, which we believe is the Palestinians, and then Sarah, for the Jews. Oddly enough, God sent an angel to actually talk to Hagar. She ran from Sarah at first and was in the desert, and an angel told Hagar to go back to Sarah and make right and raise a child in Abraham's household. And after 13 years, of course, Sarah gets pregnant. After 13 years, Sarah tells Abraham to get rid of the child. So he takes the child out. And here's the interesting part in its evidence, because they're calling Israel colonialist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just plain and simple. Abraham was promised that he would have a child and be a great nation. Sarah was never spoken to by the angel. She overheard the angel talking to her husband, and she was a bit sarcastic about it because I'm going to have a child at my age. Oddly enough, God sent an angel twice to Hagar, and on the second time when she was sent to the desert, she was lamenting about the loss of her child. The angel basically said, "You're going to have his seed is going to be like the stars in the sky." Well, if you look over there right now, you've got 22 nations that are Islamic. It's like the stars in the sky. They're huge. 22 nations. Israel, just tiny little Israel, is right there. So that's just an answer to God's promise to Hagar. And to top it off, another evidence. Earlier we were talking about they found a stone that was written, and this one was, to me, was important because it testified of King David. But this goes way back, and it not only tells about it's an enemy of Israel, bragging on the fact that they won a victory over Israel and the house of David. So that stone written by an enemy testifies of the fact that they were there. And I'll say this, that land doesn't belong to Palestinians. That land doesn't belong to Israel. America don't belong to Americans. This earth belongs to God. And Moses was led through the desert, and he wasn't allowed to go into that land. But God gave that land to the Israelis. So the fact is, there's evidence there. Maybe there's a lot more, that don't look like the people of that nation because they were stolen from that nation, kicked out of that nation, spread out. That's why you got blonde-haired, blue-eyed Israelis. You got people, they don't look exactly like what you would think. But yeah, if you educate yourself and you see this stuff, you've got to try not to hate the Palestinians. You can't hate the Jews, because right now, if a Palestinian bullet kills an Israeli, or an Israeli bullet kills a Palestinian without the blood of Jesus Christ in their life to protect them, they're on a way to a hell. And that's what the way our book's reading. But this is all coming to truth. Revelation cometh to light.
For all the narrative that those trying to, the likes of Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, for those trying to say that it's all lies, that Hamas went in and beheaded babies, they're saying, show us the evidence. After Hamas had gone in and taken over some of these communities and gone in and done these dastardly deeds, there were fights as the IDF soldiers arrived, questions about why it took so long. But many Hamas fighters were taken hostage or captive, I guess would be the word, not hostage, taken captive by the Israeli Defense Forces, which they are now being interrogated, and they're releasing the actual admission by these Hamas fighters, what they were told to do, what they actually had done. Now, 6 of those Hamas terrorists interrogated by Israeli security service said they were told to kill and kidnap civilians during the raids. One said they were offered a special reward if they could bring back a hostage to Gaza. Whoever brings a hostage back gets $10,000 and an apartment, is what they were promised. They each told of slightly different experiences, but there were common statements, including that they were told explicitly to kill and kidnap civilians, including the elderly, women, and children, while their commanders remained in Gaza. They further said the plan had been that Hamas would take control of the towns that they had attacked and hold their positions there once the residents had been killed or kidnapped. At the end of the video, each of the terrorists were asked if what they had done was allowed under Islam, which they all responded in the same way: no, Islam does not permit the killing of women and children. But they went into extreme details about what they had done on that morning of October the 7th. Instructions were to kidnap women and children. Another said his commander actually yelled at me after he shot a dead body on the floor. I shot her, and my commander yelled at me for wasting bullets on a dead body. They also made it clear that they were not to distinguish between soldiers and civilians. When we finished, we burned several houses. Another of the operatives described going into a home after others had shot a man living there. 2 went into the house. We heard voices. Another 2 came in. There was one lying on the floor next to the door. I don't know if he was dead, but there was blood next to him. Inside, there was one wounded man, I think a whole family in their pajamas. The wounded man was in his underwear. A woman came out wearing a dress. Then another with a dress. Then a boy and a girl. They then went to the next house where they took out a woman, an old woman. And when asked if the family members were used as human shields, yes. All right, in the clips, the video clips, the terrorists also described their other actions, including using smoke to force civilians out of shelters, the killing of several pets. They also speak about dead bodies lying on the ground, people crying, trying to run away. The interrogations are on. When the admissions from these are Palestinians who actually were involved, they did it. You cannot continue to push this narrative. I'm speaking of the mainstream media, that this is all just a bunch of hoop. It's just a bunch of talk. It didn't really happen. All right, a couple minutes before news update. Our number, 844-844-3388. When it comes back to trucking, we'll circle back around. Detention time. You're familiar with it. It impacts everyone out there, some to more extremes than others. It devalues your time, and it's a detriment to highway safety. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association recently made comments to the FMCSA. In addition to lost hours and wages, excessive waiting times create other hidden costs throughout the supply chain that are detrimental to highway safety and the economics of the profession. Now, these comments were submitted earlier this week on Monday, signed by Todd Spencer. Detention time referred to as the time you set at shippers or receivers waiting to be loaded or unloaded. Oftentimes not compensated for any of that time, as most drivers are paid by the mile. Now, back in August, the FMCSA published a notice in the Federal Register that asked the public to comment on a proposed study of the detention time issue. This research study will collect data on commercial vehicle driver detention time, representative of the major segments of the industry. Analyze that data, determine the frequency and severity of detention time, and look at assess the utility of existing intelligent transportation systems to measure detention time. About 80 motor carriers and 2,500 commercial motor vehicle drivers are expected to be providing data for this study. Now, we'll come back with more on the detention time issue, but right now we're up to the news break as we close out hour number 1.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. has issued a warning to Iran urging them not to escalate the conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Iran has supported Hamas and other groups that continue to carry out attacks on Israel. Iranian leaders have routinely threatened to wipe Israel off the map.
During his address to the UN Security Council's Secretary of State Antony Blinken stated that the U.S. will respond firmly if Iran or its proxies carry out attacks on U.S. personnel in the Middle East. He called on leaders to convey this message to Iran both publicly and privately, advising them not to open another front in the Israel conflict. Additionally, Blinken revealed that 33 Americans lost their lives in Hamas' attack on Israel earlier this month. It appears the White House is underscoring that there is no place for anti-Semitism in the U.S.
We must all do our part and forcefully speak out against anti-Semitism.
This comes after Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre receiving criticism on Monday for a response to a question regarding the increase in anti-Semitism during the Israel-Hamas conflict. When asked about concerns over rising anti-Semitism, Jean-Pierre mentioned that the administration has observed no credible threats, then discussed crimes targeting Muslims and Arab Americans. Majority Whip Tom Emmer has ended his speakership bid after he, too, failed to unite the House GOP. That's according to two people familiar with the situation. Car payments have reached their highest rates in decades, with over 6% of subprime borrowers characterized by lower credit scores and higher interest rates being more than 60 days overdue on their auto loans in September, as reported by Fitch Ratings. This delinquency rate is the highest recorded in Fitch's data spanning nearly 30 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia is introducing a resolution to censure Democratic Representative Rashid Tlaib of Michigan for anti-Semitic activity and sympathizing with a terrorist organization. In the censure resolution, Greene refers to several examples. One such example is Tlaib leading an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol last week. An off-duty pilot tried to kill a passenger jet in flight. Lance Pry has the story.
An off-duty Alaskan Airlines pilot has been charged with 83 counts of attempted murder after he allegedly tried to crash an Alaskan Airlines aircraft mid-flight by shutting the engines off on the Boeing 737. 44-year-old Joseph David Emerson, as a pilot, was allowed to sit in the jump seat, which is located in the cockpit. Alaskan Airlines Flight 2059 was headed to San Francisco Airport from Everett, Washington on Sunday. After the pilot subdued the suspect, the plane was diverted to Portland International Airport and Emerson was arrested.
Federal prosecutors will reportedly sit down for a couple of closed-door interviews this week as part of the House Judiciary Committee's investigation into alleged politicization of the Hunter Biden investigation. U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, Martin Estrada, is set to meet with the committee, while Justice Department Tax Division Attorney Stuart Goldberg will talk tomorrow. This is USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Round number 2. I do believe I neglected to mention the stage is set. The World Series. We knew last night the Rangers had beat the Astros in that final game, number 7. It really put the whooping on them. What was it, 11-3 the final score? Well, it was the Phillies and the Diamondbacks this evening. And yeah, Philadelphia's hopes have been dashed. Diamondbacks over the Phillies. 4-2 was the final score. So there you've got the matchup of the Texas Rangers versus the Arizona Diamondbacks in the World Series. Sorry about that, Philly Dan. I know you're disappointed, right? Did Philly Dan even check in this evening? Maybe he's so disappointed he's just, I can't believe it. Philly lost. All right, we'll get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Lauren Weiss, you're funny. I shared the Volvo recall. I said Volvo should do a permanent recall on all model years. So says the two-time world champion, Hall of Fame bull hauler. You're not a fan of Volvo, huh? Hello, Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day, Monday, whatever day it is on your calendar. Got a Muncie to Warsaw, Indiana grocery peddle to start the night tonight. That'll keep me busy for a while. I am totally enjoying this warmer weather at the midnight hour. But I know next week we'll be paying a price in our region. We're mostly cloudy, a little breezy, 65 in Muncie, Indiana at this hour. Very good. And lest I forget, I don't think she's chimed in on Facebook this morning. Deborah normally says hello, but hello, well, let's all say hi to Deborah. Today is her birthday. Happy birthday from your special driver, a.k.a. the Woodpecker. He said, you're a very special lady. Happy birthday, Deborah. All right, back to detention time. Back to the comments from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Why decided a 2018 report from the Department of Transportation Inspector General that found that a 15-minute increase in the time a truck spent at a facility increased the average expected crash rate by 6.2%. In addition, the report concluded that detention time cost truck drivers somewhere between $1.1 and $1.3 billion in lost revenue each year. As stated in the 2018 OIG report, detention time is both a safety and financial concern for small business truckers and professional drivers. Any forthcoming study analyzing detention periods must prioritize the driver's time above all else and recognize the reality that eliminating delay time for drivers improves the safety and efficiency of the entire supply chain. Now, improving the detention time problem in the industry has to start with defining it correctly. The trucking industry has traditionally defined detention as any time spent waiting to load or unload in excess of 2 hours. Meaning if a driver spends 5 hours waiting to load at a dock, the first 2 would be considered free. The remaining 3 would be classified as detention. This completely discounts the value of the driver's time. While we applaud the FMCSA for recalibrating its definition of detention time, we encourage the agency to make sure that small carriers and owner-operators are included in this study as well. The current model hinders the supply chain, leads to experienced truck drivers leaving the industry, which also hinders safety. Ultimately, in order to address the issue of detention time, there must be more accountability on the shippers and the receivers who are not properly incentivized to move these drivers through their facilities efficiently. Shippers and receivers should not be awarded a complimentary 2-hour grace period at the driver's expense. Detention time, it's a big issue. Yes, indeed. All right, what's happening with Pappy here How did your 8 hours of torture go this past day?
It was just peachy, Steve. Hardest part staying awake in a classroom for 8 hours during the daylight hours. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, right.
So we got through it. At the end of the day, I get 9 hours of overtime. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let me try to paint a picture here for you, Steve. I know your callers are pretty hip, but let me try to lay this out. So Palestine and Israel, right? They've been at it for who knows how long now, since Israel became a state, so to speak. So all this Palestine, all we heard was, man, if we just had our own little area here, we'd leave you alone. It was always a battle over territory over there. So in 2005, Israel hands over the Gaza Strip, excuse me, to the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
Shortly after, they vote in Hamas to be their government rulers. So for the last 2 decades, they've been receiving aid from the United States, humanitarian aid, billions and billions of dollars, aid from Iran. So for 2 decades, they've been building their infrastructure. We've heard about these tunnels. Steve, I don't know if the average person realizes how in depth these tunnels underneath Gaza are. They're estimating there's hundreds of miles of concrete tunnels underneath Gaza. Hundreds of miles, crisscrossing, overlapping, going down several stories where these so-called bunker bombs, right, can't even penetrate. So that's where they've been taking all their humanitarian aid and putting it to use. Also, for the last 20 years, they've been building up their so-called army of jihadists. So where are these Hamas getting their fighters from? Palestine. This threw me not for a shock, but for a kind of a loop the other day when I heard this. That 50% of the population in Palestine is under the age of 25. So for the last, since 2005, Palestinian mom has been pumping out little jihadist babies
future
for
fighters
for Hamas. Got them to the point where they are now, where they're pretty powerful, I guess you could say. Not as powerful as Hezbollah, but to the point where they felt that they can conduct a pretty good attack on October 7th, in which they did. So now, Israel has 2 choices. Just let it go, as they have in the past, kind of exchange gunfire a little bit. I can't recall, Steve, Israel ever conducting a first strike against the Palestine. It's always been in retaliation.
Correct.
For what has Hamas done first. So now I just explained to you what they have there in the Gaza Strip. I think they said Gaza Strip was 26 to 30 miles across with all these tunnels, about a little smaller than Hamilton County. Steve, if they go to the ground war, what this is going to take in order to destroy Hamas in their attempt to destroy them, I don't know if we can fathom. This isn't going to be a 1 or 2 week ground or even a couple months ground war. I don't know if people are understanding. If Israel decides to go in and kind of do what needs to be done. This is their fight. This isn't our fight. Except for we got some American hostages over there. So what do they do, Steve? When you got people waking up in the morning and in their government charter that Israel shouldn't exist, that it's death to Israel, death to Jews. I mean, how do you deal with these people? The Battle of Iwo Jima in the Pacific. Steve, them Japanese had an underground cave system. That's why that battle was so horrendous and we took so many casualties, and it went on for months. They were literally buried in the core of the earth, would pop up, shoot some Americans, and then pop that back down underground. It's craziness, man. Even in Vietnam, you heard about what they call them, the tunnel rats.
Mm-hmm.
That had to go in and fish these Viet Cong out of these caves. So this is going to get ugly. Steve, you heard of that show? Remember that show, What Would You Do? Right? That TV show?
Right.
Where they would put people in a scenario, right, and see how people would react to different circumstances, different scenarios. There's also a term called active bystanders. If you're a bystander and something happens, are you going to be active, or are you just going to stand there with your video camera, with your cell phone, and take video and not get involved? So to give you a little scenario here, I mean, we're all grown-ups here. We could put our big pants on. Christians have an emergency brake. We don't need a written law to tell us that we don't do evil things to human beings. We just got that emergency brake that stops us from doing that, where these people do not.
Correct.
Because they're demons. So if a Christian is walking down the street, same kind of scenario in that TV show, and you come across a young 12-year-old girl laying on the sidewalk crying, holding her knee or something, probably going to stop, right, and render aid and ask that little girl if she's okay. There was a study done on college students back in the late 60s. And this college students, they were at, oh man, I forget what college it was, but they were studying to be priests. So they did this experiment where they brought a group of students in to conduct an interview. Then they told them, hey, your second interview is across campus You need to be there in an hour, so you got plenty of time to get over there. So they sent the students over, and they had somebody on the ground that was like in need of some sort of aid. And the percentage of students that stopped and rendered aid was like 63%. Some felt, man, I got to be at this interview, man, you know, for this position here. Ain't got time to deal with it. Then they brought another group of students in, conducted the interview, and they said, now you got another interview across campus. However, you only got 10 minutes to get there. So you better hurry. It went from 63%, Steve, down to 22% of the people that would stop and walk right past that person because they're in a hurry. So what Hamas would do, Steve, if they come across this 12-year-old girl laying on the ground, instead of rending her aid, they'd probably hold her down on the ground and rape her, then stick a knife in her throat. I hate to sound this way, but this is what we're dealing with. So does Israel go in and try to wipe out these people? Because if they don't, it's just days go on as like it's been going on, and more more Jews are going to die. More Palestinians, more Hamas people are going to die. It's just going to keep, it's a revolving door. And I think that's the point, is Israel is just fed up. And I've said this before on your show, that freedom isn't free. Our freedom here in the United States isn't free. You know, it comes with a cost. They've been finding amphetamines on these dead Hamas soldiers. So prior to them going in to battle, so to speak, they pumped themselves up on this like meth. I forget the scientific name for these pills.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard some special forces in our military talk about the use of this medication. War is an evil thing, Steve. I mean, it's just bad news all the way around. But what do you do? What do you do when these people keep attacking you and they wake up every day saying death to Jews, and the Christians just wake up every day, for the most part, you know, calling for love amongst neighbors? Can't we all just live in peace?
Mm-hmm.
Big difference there, man. So I don't know. I don't know if, you know, that. Hey, that's the way I'm seeing things. So these people that want to come out and show their faces in the United States, have you seen the amount of demonstrations in our country, mainly on college
campuses? Yep.
And Steve, we have talked about how the enemy has infiltrated our colleges. And now we're seeing it. Where you got people that come out in support of the Hamas type jihadists. How can you come out in support of that? And they're all showing their faces right here in the United States. I don't know if you call it brainwashing over the last couple decades, but this is some serious stuff. When we say, man, can't happen here. All right, my man. Happy thoughts from now on, right?
Well, it is troubling times. I guess that's all we can say. But I do know that the two Israeli, the elderly 80-something-year-olds that they released, like yesterday, they did describe the proverbial labyrinth of tunnels that they were taken through underground. They said they went through hell, but you're right about how do you go? How can you go in and go through this labyrinth and try to weed them out?
See, especially if they got miles and miles of this rigged with explosives. What if you get 1,000, 200, 300, 400 troops in there, right, in a section of this tunnel,
and they just blow
and
it
they
up?
got that rigged to blow.
Yeah.
Or dump cyanide gas in them tunnels. Man, I wouldn't want to be the one going through there unless it was my kids in there. I mean, you're talking, that's just... And that's the part of the problem is the Israelis, if they go full bore in this, man, they're going to suffer some casualties, Steve, and death.
And I think they've already pretty much admitted that. They know that there's going to be a significant loss of life on their side as well. Yep. All right. Hey, we got to get to our news break here, bottom of the hour. We'll return after this.
USA News Update. Israel's war against Hamas is in its 18th day as heavy fighting continues. Intense negotiations are reportedly underway to try to free a large number of hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Israel has agreed to delay a ground invasion as the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt work to free hostages. Court documents show the off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot who allegedly tried to shut off the engines of a Horizon Airlines flight had taken psychedelic mushrooms. Joseph David Emerson was sitting in the cockpit jump seat when he said, "I'm not okay," before trying to pull the engine fire extinguisher handles. One pilot struggled with Emerson. He told the flight attendant, "You need to cuff me right now or it's going to be bad." He faces 160 state charges, including attempted murder. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. 25th day of October. I did just so happen to keep the little brochure that Horse Feathers had sent my way a few weeks ago, and realized today's the day. Call it all Kenworths. You recall, Wednesday, October 25th. It's the American Truck Historical Society and the American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame Day, celebrating this year's Hall of Fame inductees, and, of course, celebrating the 100th anniversary of Kenworth Trucks today. Okay, so this is what they have going on. Of course, they had been putting the call out for Kenworth truck owners to come on out and display today from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. at the American Truck Historical Society's home office in Kansas City, Missouri. The goal was to have trucks from every decade there today. The American Truck Historical Society welcomes Kenworth, Goodyear, the American Trucking Association, Schneider, and ABF inductees, who will all have trucks on display. A celebration to remember. Come celebrate all that preserves the history of trucks, the trucking industry, and its pioneers. I believe this is the third edition of the Hall of Fame inductees each year. So yes, Kenworth goes in, and they'll have various inductees taking place today, but yeah, it's supposed to be a big celebration all day today, again, at the home office in Kansas City, Missouri, the American Truck Historical Society. So if you're maybe in that neck of the woods, get a chance to stop by Stop on in, say hello, enjoy. Good times. All right, did I get to the latest on the UAW? No, here's what unfolded on Tuesday. We have another facility. General Motors is the latest to be hit. This time it's the assembly plant in Texas, the plant that builds the profitable full-size sport utility vehicles. Another significant expansion of the strike. UAW said another 5,000 will now be on the picket lines. This strike, some of GM's most profitable vehicles, the Chevy Tahoe, the Chevy Suburban, the GMC Yukon, and the Cadillac Escalade. According to the statement from the UAW, the walkout at Arlington Assembly brings the total number of UAW members on strike at the Big Three now to over 45,000 as the strike nears the 6-week mark. General Motors this past day actually reported a stronger than expected third quarter profit, but withdrew their full year financial forecast due to the uncertainty of this ongoing strike. They did not comment on the strike expansion. The union initially, we know, demanded a 40% wage hike over the 4.5 years, a 20% immediate increase, improvements in benefits, covering the electric vehicle battery plant workers under the union agreements. They continued the bargaining over future wages and unionization policies for the electric vehicle battery plants. It's complicated talks because the ventures are separate companies and the automakers do not have to cover them under their master UAW contract under U.S. labor law. So there you go. All the Big Three hit with now some of their most profitable vehicles with Monday's walkout there. Sterling Heights, the Dodge Ram pickup truck, big profit maker for them. Obviously, the Ford facility there in Kentucky about a week ago when that surprise walkout there, Wednesday a week ago, and now General Motors facility. Trying to hit them in the pocketbook where it hurts. Where do things end? Is there any end in sight? I'm not really seeing where any announcements of real productive forward motion has been taking place. Sundance Kid joins us here on a Wednesday.
Hump Day. Hey, Mike. Have we heard that tonight?
We have not heard that yet. No, sir.
Well, hey, I just got, okay, good deal. I don't want to mess up with horse feathers. I know how he gets irritated when somebody does that, but they should have got in here. All right, so I know I've called in here about this being paid by the hour for every hour we're away, and I've asked for $20 an hour. And and that's if you're over the road. Now, if you work local, you should be 40. But if you don't make it home in your 10-hour, 11-hour day, then you revert back to the 20-hour for staying out. That way you're compensated for being away from your house. Now, and I know I've gotten pushback from other drivers saying nobody's going to pay you to not be running miles. So on the detention thing, they're not going to pay you for not running any miles. Now, the only way you should be compensated for detention is if you log in on duty, not driving. And I know y'all are not doing that. So you're giving that time away already for free. You give them away 2 hours. But if you were getting paid $20 an hour for every hour you're gone, at the end of the week, you'd make $3,200. That'd be amazing. Right now, you're about $8 an hour. I'm trying to get y'all double. But, and if you got a GPS in your truck, and you can punch that little clock up there on the top right. Mine says in the last 32 months, I've run 416,000 miles. It says I've averaged 62 miles an hour while moving average. But you know what the average is in real life time, Mr. Summers?
Got no idea, and no clue.
It's 28 miles an hour. That's what if you run your clock out every day, and it equals up to 20. And some guys won't even be that good because I'm pretty good, but I'm at 28 miles per hour in time. Now, if you work 8 3/4 hours a day without ever running out of time, 8 3/4 hours a day divided by, say you can run, let's run 60 mile an hour at 8 hours a day. Okay, that's 480 miles. Divide that by 24. That'll give you your overground speed. Okay, and if you multiply that number, that 28 I got, by the amount of money I get paid per mile, that puts me at $14.50 for every hour I'm out here. I get 28, or in a period, $28 an hour average is what I'm averaging. But yeah, that's real life. That gets rid of all the detention. It's not rocket science. They knew what they were doing when we were making 10 cents a mile in 1970. They knew that by now we would be at $1.50 a mile, and they will not pay that. If you were getting paid $1.50 a mile, I bet you nobody would be complaining about detention time. But because you get paid by the mile, and they cut your pay per mile from where it should be down to 60 to 70 cents, maybe 80 cents, then yeah, there's the problem. And if I swear to God, if they put you at $1.50 a mile for every mile you run, you would not complain about detention. But now it's caught up with itself, and now it's nasty and ugly, and we've given it away the whole time, and so now we're complaining. Well, yes, because we've been running this scalded dog since 1972, probably since the 50s. But we've been running like scalded dogs.
I've been doing this long enough to I can remember when when we went through all the years of the hours of service and they finally made the changes, and when they came up with this whole 14-hour clock thing, detention time was a big discussion then because, hey, the clock's ticking every hour that you're out there.
Right.
Did they or did they not? Many companies, initially had gone to where we're going to address this. We're only going to have our drivers sit 1 hour before we start giving them detention time pay. Is that just all kind of faded away over the years? Have they gone back to making them sit 2 and 3 or?
No, here's what's going on. The companies have a contract with these shippers and receivers and going through my lawsuit, I find out all kind of stuff. They get paid from the time they get there. They're getting paid $100 an hour for every hour you sit there. This is all fixed into the cost. It's already fixed in. But and here's the other thing. When they would give me my detention and I was a lease operator, I was supposed to get all of it, right? No, they took 40% of that. So instead of giving me the 100 per hour that they're charging, it's already in there, they're giving me 60. They make $40 for my sitting there. No, they're getting paid. They're just stealing your money. I mean, have some transparency. Ask your drivers out here, when you go to a shipper, ask them how much this load paid, or when you get to the receiver, ask them how much the load paid, and figure out how much you're getting paid out of that. Because you're getting about 10% of what the load paid. I promise you. You're about 10 to 15% if you're lucky, 15. But, and people talk about UPS, they move a lot of packages. Well, I can tell you, I move a lot of product too. And you know what? I deliver more packages than 4 UPS drivers. So I don't understand why, that's the problem, charging more. I mean, the cost of transportation used to be about 15% back in the 60s and 70s. Now they've got it down to about 8%, maybe 3%. It's in that area. But it's going backward. And the drivers are the only one that eats it because the trucks go up in price, diesel goes up in price, insurance goes up in price. The only thing that you can cut without complaining is hire another stooge to come out here and drive a truck that come out of McDonald's. And yeah, this is a lot better than McDonald's, but y'all are just destroying the pay scale because you're only out here for a year or two. Then you figure out it's stupid. I should have got out a long time ago, but I love what I do. I'm good at what I do, but I don't. I'm sorry but people it's not costing them anything on the detention, like I said, because they're not logging on duty, not driving. Now, if they would do that, that would be the best thing. Start logging on duty, not driving when you're sitting at docks. And then tell your dispatcher, I can't run. Then they'll start getting paid, and you'll start getting paid. But until then, they're not going to pay y'all because y'all been giving it away for this long already. So, but they're getting paid already, so they're getting paid. They can't have a truck sit there for a long period of time. For 5 hours, that costs that company, in the business plan, it costs them $100 an hour.
Well, I can ask that fair question of the drivers out there. If you're setting 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, how are you logging it on the ELD? Because I distinctly remember when they implemented the 14-hour clock. Once your day starts, your clock's ticking, and all those sitting hours is eating away at potential earning time because the wheels aren't turning. It's been that whole narrative for most of the industry. If the wheels aren't turning, you're not earning, was the old slogan, right? It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, I have indeed been in this situation before. You go in to buy your scratch-off lottery ticket. I don't know which one. Tell the person behind the counter, pick me one. I don't care, whichever. But I've never been lucky like this guy. California man proving that indecision sometimes work in your favor, and in this case to the tune of $10 million. According to the California Lottery, Brent Young wanted to buy a lottery ticket. He wasn't sure which game to play, so he asked the clerk, hey, choose one for me. I was like, just pick whichever one. I don't care. Clerk handed him a California 200 times scratcher, which happened to hold the game's top prize, $10 million. I said, when I saw all those zeros, I was like, no way, this doesn't happen to people like me. It's crazy. Out of all those options, the clerk could have picked a different game, but he grabbed a winner. He decided to take the lump sum, which turned out to be $5.8 million. Now, of course, being in California, I'm thinking they're going to suck up a whole bunch of his winnings there, too. The taxes. But he said it's almost like divine intervention. I didn't have a specific ticket I was going to buy, so I let someone else decide. Now, the gas station, the food and liquor gas station that sold the winning ticket actually also got a $50,000 bonus for selling that winning ticket. How about that? Not too bad. Is that the Grump on board?
Yeah. What are you doing, man?
How the hell you been?
Oh, I've been battling some health problems, and I never thought I'd have. I got that damn pinched nerve in my neck.
I've been thinking about you. I knew you had the whole cancer thing. Kind of, I know a lot of uncertainty there, so I've been kind of wondering.
Yeah. I'll pull through. But I got surgery coming up the 1st. I'm getting 2 discs removed and 2 artificial ones put in my neck, and then let's see, January I guess they're gonna do the kidney thing, so we'll see what happens. But everything's good. Well, it's just another day. But I was listening to that Sundance character there, and I don't know where in the hell he gets his math at, but I've been an owner operator for a long time, and I can tell you right now some of the what he was talking about, being paid for every hour you're out here and things like that. Look, that's living in dreamland. I mean, it's hard enough right now for just the average old American to keep his job. I mean, it's trucking has been turned into this, another job an American won't do, because that's the label that they put on it. If you look at all the visa drivers that are out here right now, they're running about 49%, 47%, something like that of the total trucking numbers. And they don't have to pay you what you think you're worth. It's, I don't know. I make a hell of a good living. I really do. Like I said, I own my truck, and I'm leased to a carrier that we just haul our own products, and I make a damn good living. But he said something there when I was a lease operator. When he said that, I thought, well, that's mistake number one. I mean, when you're a lease operator, you're married to that damn truck, and you got to, whenever they're taking the payments out every week, it's like these guys can't take a damn day off, because they got to make them payments up and all the rest of the everything else that goes along with it, the expenses with it. And it just, so they've, that's what has screwed this industry up so much. I mean, they wave that carrot in front of, well, hell, look at some of these, companies right now that's got so many lease trucks out there. They never pay them off. Very rarely do you ever see an instance where somebody, so yeah, hell yeah, that, they'll put it in stipulation in the lease that, they got to trade at a certain amount of miles, or they got to pay it off, or whatever. Well, hell, the average driver like that is not going to build enough money up to pay that truck off. So they have to, either go back to driving a company truck, or they're going to hop into, another lease truck. And it just, they're just, I don't know. Like I said, it's all that per hour thing. It's just, it works on certain instances and things like that, but to pay, there's absolutely no company going to say, all right, you're going to be paid for 70 hours a week, or every hour you're out there. It's just not going to work. It's not going to happen. They would go broke. It just cannot do that. And I've negotiated prices and things, the rates and stuff, and I've never seen it added in, in contracts and things like that, added in, detention time or demurrage or anything else added into that bill as automatic. It don't happen like that. That's why a lot of them, will give you 2 hours, say, hey, you got 2 hours to unload the trailer. And after that, we're going to start, throwing the detention time on. Well, hell, if they pay you, they pay you. If they don't, they don't. What are you going to do? A lot of brokers and people like that. I listened to that other guy, a guy that was on there, several, I guess it was last week maybe. The guy was talking about the brokers and stuff like that, and he was, just pissed off about brokers. He hates brokers, and talking about how he gets screwed over by brokers. Well, quit using brokers. Hell, if they're that bad, quit using them. Go after your own freight. And but that's the problem with this industry, Steve. It's became this revolving door of people that don't want to commit. They think they know what they're doing, and they really don't. And I I don't know. It's like I said, I've always made a good living. I always own my own trucks, but I go to the dealer and buy my trucks. I don't do any of that leased crap, and I wouldn't recommend that for, if your credit's so damn bad that you can't buy a truck and you think that's the only way that you're going to become an owner-operator, well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to let you in a little secret. You're not going to become an owner-operator leasing that truck. It's just not going to happen. It's, they're going to hold it over you. I can, if this didn't work out here, hell, I can go anywhere with my truck. I can go back on my own authority, everything. But I just don't want to do that, not at my age. I want to, I'm 63 years old and leasing, I know right now the company that I'm with, I'm on a dedicated run, and hell, it's, I make, $370,000 a year doing it. So I'm happy. But, Pappy was talking about the pills and stuff. That's always been something that's been part of the military life. As far as trying to stay awake, I spent 21 years in the military, and when you're in war zones or, overseas or, doing your job.
That's something that we on like U.S. forces have encountered over the years. If you can, hold that thought. We got to take care of the news break here. Top of the hour. We come back with more at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israel's war against Hamas is in its 18th day as heavy fighting continues. Intense negotiations are reportedly underway to try to free a large number of hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Israel has agreed to delay a ground invasion as the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt work to free hostages. President Biden is handing out national medals to outstanding achievers in the field of science and technology. In a White House ceremony, Biden personally awarded the National Medal of Science and National Medal of Technology and Innovation to the recipients.
The greatness of a country is measured not only by the size of its economy, the strength of a nation is also measured by its boldness, of its science, quality, of its research.
He emphasized his administration's dedication to making America a hub for groundbreaking scientific advancements. Court documents show the off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot who allegedly tried to shut off the engines of a Horizon Airlines flight had taken psychedelic mushrooms. Joseph David Emerson was sitting in the cockpit jump seat when he said, "I'm not okay," before trying to pull the engine fire extinguisher handles. One pilot struggled with Emerson 30 seconds before he walked to the back of the plane. He told the flight attendant, You need to cuff me right now or it's going to be bad. He thought he was dreaming when he tried to pull the fire extinguisher handles. He faces 160 state charges, including attempted murder. Gymnastics icon Mary Lou Retton is back home recovering after a severe case of pneumonia.
The five-time Olympic medalist has been in intensive care fighting for her life. Her daughter, McKenna Lane Kelly, said better, but a long road ahead. The family's raised more than $450,000 in a crowdfunding campaign to pay for Retton's hospital bill.
That's Corey Myers reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Visibility dropped to 0 on a Louisiana freeway yesterday, leading to a disaster. Lance Pry has more.
Louisiana State Police are reporting 7 people were killed and at least 24 injured, and 158 vehicles were damaged on Interstate 55 in Louisiana during a super fog event that left visibility near 0.
Senator Ted Cruz is proposing conditions for federal aid allocated to public schools for broadband access. Cruz's bill would establish guidelines to regulate the amount of screen time assigned to students as part of their academic coursework. In a statement, the Texas Republican categorized social media as addictive and distracting, expressing concerns about its potential to be misused or harmful to children. This year, Halloween candy prices have surged by 13%, as reported by both the U.S. Bureau of Labor and a supply chain expert from UCLA. The increase in costs can be attributed to the elevated expenses of ingredients and labor. Consequently, the average American household is projected to allocate about $35 for candy this year, a rise from the previous year's $30 expenditure. According to data compiled by online group Stacker, areas in Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania, have some of the cleanest air in America. Allentown and its surrounding area measured its lowest ever ozone levels for the first time ever. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour underway as we're kind of counting down the days before the little Ghosts and goblins and ghouls head out, going door to door, begging for candy, which, according to the Newsbreak, is going to be a little more expensive this year. I think I saw something about cocoa prices are actually jumping dramatically. We may see higher prices as we head into the holidays. But meanwhile, what's our trick-or-treaters' weather looking like? AccuWeather kind of breaking down what we anticipate around the country. Quick look at the Northeast for the young trick-or-treaters. You may contend with some damp, chilly conditions on Halloween and Halloween night there in the Northeast, as a cold front's expected to pass through that region early next week, right on time, bringing a pretty notable drop in temperatures. A swath of showers and potentially even the first snow flurries of the season in the colder spots. Looks like an umbrella may come in handy for residents in the Northeast walking around the neighborhoods early next week. You know, often when the actual Halloween holiday falls on a weekday like it does this year, some areas choose to the closest weekend day for the trick-or-treat night. This weekend will be several degrees warmer compared to Tuesday, but the chance for damp weather is still on the table for some areas there in the Northeast. But those mild conditions you'll have this week across the Northeast, that'll be a distant memory come next week. As we comfortably are into the 70s in places like New York City and Philadelphia, most of the rest of this week. Yeah, that'll be some 20 degrees shy of those values by Halloween. All right. We left off talking with Grump there, and we had kind of moved over to the topic of the military, and I guess you haven't, when you're on the battlefield and you have to be alert for hours and hours, that can be difficult.
Oh, yeah, very much. It's, that's the last thing you want to get done is caught sleeping on a post or something, right when you're, out, especially parked on the flight line or something like that, and foxholes around it, guarding that, especially, in overseas contingencies, things like that, when you're, in the war zones and stuff. I talked to a lot of pilots, and I was really surprised at the number of pilots that were, getting amphetamines and things like that just to run sorties. They were, I guess, and I understood it. I mean, when they're up there in the air and they're running no-fly zones forever, and then got to do the aerial refueling and things like that. They want to be pretty alert when they're doing it. So, it's a common practice in the military. Keep your people awake. When you may be sitting on that fence for 40 hours at a whack. Or walking posts for that long, or in an increased readiness in a combat zone. I mean, that's just the way it is. And so, it happens. They give you, or you can request them if you want them, things like that. But it's more so with a lot of the special operators and things like that. I know when I went through Benning, it was 58 days of hell, back in 1981. And, you just grab a few minutes sleep whenever you can. But that was training. And this, when you're actually doing the job and you're out there, in the zone, it's you want to be awake. So, they give you the amphetamines if you want them. But, talking about these war fighters and things, these, or whatever the hell they call it, terrorists and everything, they were jacked up. I mean, they were just flat jacked up on this stuff. And I don't know what's going to happen over there. It's a scary scenario right now, the way it's breaking out. I don't really think that Hezbollah wants to get all that involved in this. They're shooting a few rockets into Israel, but I think the best thing we can do, is let Israel alone, let them do what they do. I mean, they've been hanging on to that piece of ground now since 1947, and they went through the 6-Day War, and 67, 73. They went through Yom Kippur. They went through the 1979. I mean, they've been through these battles, and it's been harassment fire and everything else from Hamas and the Iranians ever since. And so I think the best thing that we can do is just, supply them with their, with the Iron Dome missiles and ammunition and things that they need, and let them do what they do. They'll clean that mess out. And it's, they're going to take a hit. Their character is going to be assassinated. Look at AOC and that bunch of dumbasses and that, Tlaib and all that bunch. He's a Palestinian, but it just blows my mind that they want peace in the Middle East. They want their areas, but yet 73% of their damn government was Hamas. A terrorist organization sponsored by, that gets 95% of their money from Iran. And, if we had a president that had a backbone right now, I think what I would be telling people, that we've been bombed over there. Our bases over there has been hit several times.
Yep.
Trump, at least he had the, testicular fortitude to blow the hell out of that damn Soleimani. When he wasn't nothing but a terrorist. He was an Iranian general, but he was nothing but a terrorist. And when he showed his ugly head in Iraq, they droned his ass, and that's a lot of that should happen. Get rid of that hornet's nest over there. But right now, I mean, Iran's only commodity is oil. I mean, that's all they do. I mean, that's just it, weapons and oil. And when you limit the amount of oil that they can get out, I would make them a promise. If you bomb one more damn base, your oil infrastructure is going to hell in a handbasket real quick. And when you look at the assets that we have in that area there, I was talking to Big Ed the other night. We was discussing some of the Iranian stuff, and every so often, our military does assessments on what other countries' battle capabilities are and what ours are with the assets that we have in the area. And they looked at it. It was right there. I guess it was about the middle of during Afghanistan when we was getting a little bit of stuff going on with Iran. And they make this assessment, and they figured 47 minutes that it would take to completely shut that country down. With just tomahawks and the assets that we had in the area at that time, without putting one troop on the ground. 47 minutes to hit their infrastructure, hit their bridges, hit their power plants, hit everything about them, and it would completely cripple that country. But Steve, I've never seen a country like ours. I mean, we go to war and then when next thing you know, we spend the next 20 years rebuilding their damn country.
Right. And,
when I look at what's going on here, in this country, we talked there a minute ago about the trucking industry. When you look at all the foreign entities that actually own businesses here, they own brokerages here, they own trucking companies here. And, they've been allowed to do that. And Sarah Huckabee Sanders just declared, China, you're not owning any property in Arkansas. Well, how much property do they own? Hell, they own most of San Francisco right now. A lot of California businesses are owned by China. And when you start giving away that kind of, I guess, your livelihood, the things that we need to survive, and they know it, so they buy up those commodities and those businesses. Hell, why fire a shot? Just shut the businesses down. We'd have a hell of a time with it. But getting back to something like Iran, they're selling all this oil right now to China. They talk about Biden, and this $6 billion, and money's fungible, and that's something that why he released those funds, I have absolutely. But he already released $4 billion earlier, in his presidency. And then he turns right around and releases $6 billion and says, "Well, it's going to go to Qatar. It's going to go here. It's going to go there." And they're going to keep track of it and all this other crap. Steve, if I take a $5 bill out of one pocket and I put it in the other, it's still my $5 bill. and that's what I say, this fungible money. I mean, it's, you can move it from one area to another. He said, well, no, it's just going to be for humanitarian stuff, hospital relief and stuff like that. So what? Hell, if they're already spending that money for hospital relief, and then they say, well, hell, now I don't have to spend my money, this money, because I got, $6 billion more coming in for medical relief and things like that. Hell, I just use that other money that I was using on the medical for building bombs and blowing people up. And, this guy, I don't know who in the hell team he's pitching for. I don't. I mean, they have done some of the stupidest things, and then, the Republicans are not helping it any. They can't even do something as simple as picking a damn leader. I don't know what the hell is going on with them. I mean, honestly, I don't. They number one, they got too many groups within the Republican Party. You got the Freedom Caucus, and you got, the other, the Tea Party, and you got the Constitutionalists. You got all these other people that are part of the Republican Party. And it's like each and every one of them little groups just square up, and they I don't like him, and I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to vote for that guy. They no longer give a rat's rear about what's good for this country. And it's making them look like a bunch of Keystone cops, a bunch of dumbasses that can't even do something as simple as picking a leader to run, to be the third in line for the presidency. And, I don't know. I looked at several of them there. Mike Johnson's a good choice. Jim Jordan would have been a damn good choice. But like I said, it's just, these little groups sat around there and they said, well, he didn't do enough for me, or he didn't allow this or something like that. First of all, that Matt Gaetz, I can't stand that little bastard. I never could. He's like this little rich boy. He's no different than Joe Biden. He's a Republican. He's one of these that went to law school, and as soon as he got out of law school, he's got the world figured out. I'm going to run for Congress because I just got out of law school. And so he did, and look where he's at now. His father was a big politician, and this guy here, he's a sharp dude. He's he can speak it with the best of them, and he's a litigator, I guess you could say, in his own mind. But for what he did to McCarthy, it just made the Republican Party turn upside down even worse than what it was. And I don't know. They all voted for McCarthy. In the beginning. Why in the hell just leave him in office? It's the same way with the people that, when you look at Tlaib and all these, people are saying, well, they got to, Congress needs to remove them. No, they don't. The people needs to remove them. If the people put somebody in office, then take them out. I mean, that's just the way it is. Have somebody else go. And if you don't like what the hell they're doing, vote them out. Get rid of them. Shame them. Do whatever. But I don't know. When you get Congress members start expelling other Congress members, it's going to be no different than weaponizing the government for what they're doing right now, going after Trump.
Well, I mean, the problem there is, though, when you've got the reason Omar is in office, the reason Tlaib is in office is we have these communities, places like Dearborn, Michigan, and where you've got this massive Muslim population that are actually supporting the likes of Hamas and the Palestinians that are voting, and that's why they're in office. They're not going to vote them out.
No, they're not. But let the state try to remove her. I mean, if the governor and they want to pay for somebody to run against somebody. One of the things Lindsey Graham does is his campaign will usually finance a third party. Because he knows he'll draw enough votes to win that election. And it happens all over the place, but in these areas, like you said, it's hard for other people to want to run in them areas. But if they can draw enough of the votes out of them areas, and it's just, it just, I don't know, these people, they're not going to change anything. I mean, it's not going to happen. If they get rid of one of these idiots, they're going to be three more step up. Right now, this country's kind of teetering on this. I don't know. It's this political suicide. It really is. It's our politics right now are it's just getting so out of hand, stupid. It's no longer about we the people. It's people look at the Constitution, they pick it up and look at the front cover up and throw it in the closet and say, we really don't have to apply to this. why in the hell did you take an oath for it then? Why did you raise your hand and say you'd uphold and defend the Constitution against all powers, both foreign and domestic? And right now, it seems like the more domestic people that we're having the issues with is battles among each other. And when you look at Congress, like I said, the Republican Party's so dysfunctional right now, they don't know what the hell they're doing. One wants to cut out Social Security and the other one wants to fund it. It's
And I think we may have lost connection there. All right, well, we'll come back with more. Let's get a quick timeout. It's a Wednesday hump day coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, sorry about that, Grump. That was on our end. We lost connection there, so welcome back.
Yeah. When you look at it right now, Steve, Hezbollah has about 135, I guess 135 to 165,000 fighters in Lebanon. And it's hard to say how many Hamas has right now. I mean, it's Israel's killing them wholesale, but they're still doing their damages and things like that. And it's, right now, I think one of the best things that ever happened to the Middle East was the Abraham Accords, and that was part of, Trump's deal. That was, Jared Kushner. He was one of the authors on it. And when you read through the Abraham Accords, it's basically a declaration for peace, in the Middle East. But Jordan was on board with Saudi Arabia had been working with Netanyahu on coming to their agreements on things. Egypt has already been part of, the peace agreement since 1983. They, when you look at the things that, just trying to build that peace in that area of civility that's missing right now, and you look at Iran and you look at some of the other places there that's wanting the borders of Israel to go back to, the 1973 borders when, they expanded. But there was areas in Israel that was only 7 miles wide. And I remember during the first Gulf War, we was leaving Diyarbakir, Turkey. We'd been in Zaku, Iraq, and places like that. We went back up I had to go to Incirlik. I went back up caught a ride on a AWACS plane. And they were on the ground there refueling and stuff in Diyarbakir, Turkey, and said, "Hey, you guys going back to Incirlik?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "Mind if we catch a ride?" I said, "No, hop on." So so we got on and they had to fly to Israel, which is it's like driving from from Kansas City to St. Louis. Basically, I mean it's akin to that. It's just a small jog for a plane.
Mm-hmm.
But it went out over the Mediterranean and come back, and I was looking out one little porthole windows there, and the first time I ever saw Juarez, out of El Paso, that reminded me of seeing the Gaza Strip. I mean, it's just people stacked up on top of each other, and I forget how many millions of people live in there. It's what 3.5-4 million people I think live in that area, but it's very condensed, and it's just buildings are just up and stacked up on top of each other and things, and you would have to believe that people want a better way of life, that they would want a government that's going to stand up for them and want to expand out a little bit with peace and Israel. The only place the Palestinians in the Gaza area had to work was in Israel. I mean, they go back and forth every day going to jobs there, but yet they turn right around and 73%, they vote 73% of their government, their legislative body is Hamas. And it's, you say, damn, people, why are you keep digging this hole? I mean, what is it? And same way with the West Bank settlements and areas like that. I've heard people, I was listening to a guy, he's like, Israel killed 40, in the West Bank. And I thought, well, really? And so I looked it up, and it wasn't. It was like 4. They had they were a militant group that was over in the West Bank, and they got in a match with some of the military over there in Israel, and then they wound up, in a shooting match, and four of the Palestinians died in that exchange there. But everything's so exaggerated over there because it's, they're looking for this bad guy all the time, and when it's always got to be Israel for whatever reason. Yeah, I can tell you, from being around the area and spending a lot of time in Europe and things, they're not friendly to people. I mean, they seriously are not. They will let you know right now that they'll fight they'll hold their own. But that's not being rude to people either. It's something that I think we've lost in this country right here, is the simple fact that we used to be a country that when you put a flag up out front, it meant something. And now, hell, you put a flag up out front, your neighbor wants you to take it down.
Yeah, the homeowners association says take it down. Hey, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. Israel's war against Hamas is in its 18th day as heavy fighting continues. Intense negotiations are reportedly underway to try to free a large number of hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Israel has agreed to delay a ground invasion as the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt work to free hostages. Court documents show the off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot who allegedly tried to shut off the engines of a Horizon Airlines flight had taken psychedelic mushrooms. Joseph David Emerson was sitting in the cockpit jump seat when he said, "I'm not okay," before trying to pull the engine fire extinguisher handles. One pilot struggled with Emerson. He told the flight attendant, "You need to cuff me right now or it's going to be bad." He faces 160 state charges, including attempted murder. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A return to glory for one of the business's best builders. A first-timer solved the Pro Stock puzzle, and one of Wisconsin's bravest lit the torch in Super Semi. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2023 Grand National Light Superstock Tractor Division competed 11 times across 6 locations. And now, let's introduce you to the division's champions, Terry Blackburn and owner Mike Chizik, Sholzberg and Newton, Wisconsin. Considered armed and dangerous. 2023 Grand National Light Superstock champions. 3 wins, 1 second, 2 thirds. Since the last time the Considered Armed and Dangerous team hoisted a light super trophy, the division had been led twice by Adam Spiegelberg and once by the Hootman-Kuhn team. And the lightweight wing of the Chizik stable had been transferred from the drivership of 8-time division champ Brian Korth to the guidance of the Blackburns. But the pattern of winning was still in the muscle memory of Mike's venerable Case IH 210, as Terry's steady hand brought it back from a third-place slot after the season's first match to the top of the table. With the team split over Fort and Brandenburg, Josh drove Considered to an 8th and a 4th to maintain second in the points. And then Terry went on his tear, winning twice in his first ever visit to Rockwell, and then again on Thursday night in Bowling Green. A 7th in Wood County still maneuvered Considered into the lead, and remained in that state on the other end of the Buckeye State in season closing Canton. It's Terry's 5th overall title dating back to the slow ride days, and Mike's lucky 13th. The 2023 Grand National Pro Stock Tractor Division competed 16 times across 10 locations. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin. Injected Funds, 2023 Grand National Pro Stock champion. 3 wins, 1 second, 1 third. It began with a 6th at the Simons Pool in Farley. Well, a great run for the newcomer, but in familiar surroundings. It continued with a win and a 4th in Hutchinson. Hey, wait a minute, this guy can drive, and that newly christened Injected Funds will make some noise. On 11th, 9th, and 6th across 3 locales in June and July. Okay, avoiding disaster, staying in the running as he tours the circuit for the first time, bodes well for a solid finish, maybe even a top 5. 2nd and 9th back in Iowa. This guy's a full-fledged contender. And backing up Brandon Simons 3rd in Napoleon with a win and a ring a half hour east on US 6. Suddenly, and without the courtesy of a warning to the murderers' row that comprised the rest of the division, Pawnee, Ray, the Simons, the Schmuckers, the prohibitive favorite. Brent Meyer's dream, no fantasy season, in Pro Stock would wrap with a win and a 4th in Canton and 2 play-it-safe top 10s in Sandwich. Meyer becomes the first GN rookie to win the division since Bill Miller in 1994. The 2023 Grand National Super Semi Truck Division, sponsored by Dr. Preload, competed 9 times across 5 locations. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, Ryan DeBrew, New Franken, Wisconsin, playing with fire. 2023 Dr. Preload Grand National Super Semi Champion. 1 win, 3 seconds, 3/3. The moniker itself has multiple meanings. One is an expression of solidarity with the courageous men and women who run toward the flames to rescue strangers in peril. But another is a recognition that even when the stakes are not life and death, but rather renown or regret for a title claimed or lost, there remain risks to be taken and challenges to be overcome. 2 years ago, DeBrew wound up on the wrong end of the burn when Bowling Green Friday breakage ruined his best championship chance to date. But in 2023, after a win in Toma among 7 top 3s, put Fire 4 points ahead of Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes with just BG to survive, DeBrew knew his trusty power plant had reached the ragged edge. Anticipating just 2 more passes before bearing failure would render his engine an immobilized mass of metal, DeBrew would forego a Friday pull-off in favor of a clinching Saturday pass in front of a massive Pole Town audience. Fortunately, the crown and glory would only be deferred for a few weeks, as DeBrew and his Playing with Fire burned their brightest in a final hook thriller at the Enderley. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Will do. Thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. All right, here comes a midweek. Sometimes we call it Hump Day. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Mike. Sundance already did all this, didn't he? Then that's all taken care of for the day? I don't know. We'll do it here. Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
It is finally Hump Day.
Yeah, finally. Boy, I tell you. So where to go? Where to go with all this? We mentioned Sundance, so I guess we'll step on that situation for a minute. So, as everybody knows, I work for percentage, so whatever the truck makes, I make a percentage of what the truck makes, and I'm happy with what I do because everything everybody talks about makes a cut and pay for me, and I don't want nobody messing with my paycheck like most other people don't. But so here's the deal. Now, the problem is working by the mile, you're working for a rate that's probably not high enough, or if it is high enough, that you don't get enough miles through the year to compensate you for what you feel the amount of time is you're out on the road. Is kind of the drift I'm getting. And back in the day when I started, like Pup, I was making 18 cents a mile when I started driving one of these things. And I was in a 359 Peterbilt, and I was sitting cool on my stool and happy as could be, working 20 hours a day. I mean, it was the thing. I mean, and the thing is that when you're 19, 20 years old, you get told you got to pay your dues. You know, you don't just get in a big truck and go down the road and make $1 million by, just by getting a license. You got to pay your dues, and you got to throw freight. You got to go to grocery warehouses, and you got to stack freight on the dock on pallets from a floor load, and 100-degree heat, and it's 175 degrees in the trailer. And you learn to do that, and you deliver that in the morning, and you pick up the next load, and you deliver that the next morning, and lather, rinse, repeat all week long. So anyways, what it all comes down to is, from what I've learned is you have to negotiate what you want to be paid for the year, and don't look at it per week or per hour or per month. You got to look at what you want for an annual salary, and you got to pretty much tell the employer, I need to make this much a year. It's kind of like when you go to the car dealership, and the used car salesman with the slippery tongue says, well, how much do you want to pay a month? Because I can put you in any car in this lot as long as you tell me how much you want to pay a month. Mm-hmm. Well, to do that, you're going to be paying for the car for 150 years when you get your Cadillac Escalade, but you can pay $29 a month and walk off the lot with it. So anyways, how much money you need to make a year. If the company can't tell you that you're going to make that amount of money per year, then you got to go on to somewhere else. And like Sundance said, I got something I agree 100% with Sundance. I would absolutely tell everybody to run away from this industry. I would not suggest to anybody to start out in this industry. And if you remember a couple of years ago when Kentucky Ken called in and said, I'm looking to go to driving school and get go to work for a company and all that. And first thing I said was, don't do it. Run away. Go somewhere else. And I give him a lot of congratulations because he's done real well for himself. Now, there is a lot of good jobs in this business, but for a new driver coming in to get a good job, it is few and far between to be able to land the way that Kentucky Ken did. But the other thing is there's a lot of people that wouldn't want to be out on the road doing what Kentucky Ken's doing now, because when you get hooked up on that tour job that he's doing, you don't go home. You're on the road. So anyways, I don't know. There's a lot of things, but you got to figure out. And I almost think if they went to the salary situation where they told drivers, you're going to work 60 hours a week and you're going to make $90,000 a year, and then after that, if you're working more than 60 hours a week, on duty time, then we'll have to work out some other compensation above and beyond that. And maybe that would be a better way to go, but you got to figure out if you can do it for $70,000 a year or $90,000 a year, or if you're on if you've made your lifestyle so you need $150,000 a year to live paycheck to paycheck, then you got to decide how much money you need to generate in your weekly income or yearly income, and go from there. So anyways, hey, now the next thing here, we'll go right on to the next thing. You're talking about hours of service. We got the 14-hour clock. So then we got the adjustment put in for the 7 and 3 and the 8 and 2 split. Well, with the 7 and 3 and the 8 and 2 split, you can stop your 14-hour clock. And you can take that break, and then so if you're sitting at a shipper or receiver's dock and you're taking a 2 or 3 hour break, then you stop your clock for 2 or 3 hours, and then you're able to go on. And then, but the caveat to that is I can't do it because I don't have a sleeper. I'm not allowed to stop my clock to take a 2 hour break, a nice 2 hour nap, break that I can rest up in and stop my clock and continue on. But even though I'm going to take a 10-hour break at the other end, but the caveat is that you actually have to take both of those breaks in the sleeper. So I'm not sure about that. The main break you have to take in the sleeper. Now I might be incorrect there. You might be able to do the 2 or the 3 for the 7 and 3 and the 8 and 2. You might be able to do the short one as just off duty, but I'm not exactly sure because, as I say, I'm not allowed to take advantage of that situation. So anyways, but there's my thing on the trucking. Now we'll get out of trucking. I've had enough trucking. I've still got another 6 hours of trucking to do tonight before I get done. Anyways, this deal with the pilot here, what is that, Alaskan Airlines or whatever?
Yes.
That this off-duty pilot, why was he in the cockpit? What reason would they go? And I mean, yes, he was an employee, but he wasn't on duty. He didn't have any need to be in the cockpit, other than the fact that was probably the last seat they had to try to get him somewhere. But he should have been sitting back with a flight attendant, sitting back there or back out, because we're in a situation here where we got people in this country that we don't know who they are. We don't know what they, coerce people to do. I mean, you take an off-duty pilot and say his family's being held hostage and we don't know it, and they're telling him to drop an airplane because they're going to harm his family if he doesn't. Well, what's going to happen when he's riding as a rider in that cockpit? There's just too much extra going on in this world right now to have any unauthorized people on the other side of that cockpit door. I mean, it's bad enough having the authorized ones on that side, let alone anybody that, isn't part of the flight crew. So, yeah, I'm thinking that they shouldn't allowed him to even be up there, and they shouldn't allow other riders to be up there. But my next question is where did they come up with a set of handcuffs, Your Honor? he went back and told the flight attendants he needed to be cuffed. What?
Well, I would presume they probably have handcuffs on flights just for such circumstances. If they don't have handcuffs, they definitely have the likes of zip ties.
I'm thinking, Your Honor, but I'm just wondering, what those stewardesses do in their off-duty time, because I know I can't get a pair of handcuffs on an airplane, but, if them stewardesses, they got them flight attendants, if they got handcuffs on them, I wonder what they do in their off-duty time.
Oh, boy. Out the door he went. I presume if you're working for the airline and you need a flight from point A to point B, he was looking to get back wherever their destination was. And you can get if they've got a seat available. I mean, it's not uncommon for, I guess, anyone that works for an airline to hop a flight if a seat's available, another pilot. So that's why he was in the jump seat, as they call it. It's not immediately clear whether he was actually high on mushrooms when he was on the plane, but I think that's the case. An FBI agent who wrote in the probable cause affidavit that the pilot spoke with police about the use of psychedelic mushrooms and said it was his first time taking mushrooms. I guess ultimately toward the end of the interview, he said he pulled both of the emergency shutoff handles because he thought he was dreaming and he wanted to wake up. Okay. But yeah, that could have been a disaster. When I said he tried to pull the fire handles, I was assuming that might be something to put out a fire in the engine. Apparently, that would have set off, I guess, the fire suppression system inside the plane, and it would have cut off fuel to the engines. So the engines would have shut down as well. That would have been bad. After what the crew described as a brief struggle lasted about 30 seconds, he left the cockpit, put him in wrist restraints, seated him in the rear of the aircraft, but as the plane was descending, he then tried to grab the handle of an emergency exit. A flight attendant stopped him by placing her hands on top of his. All right, I don't know if he's got a lawyer yet. When asked whether he had taken psychedelic mushrooms right before the flight, spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office said that's still under investigation. Captain and the first officer told police after the plane landed that he had said, as we're hearing in the news breaks, "I'm not okay," just before he reached up to pull the handles. Luckily, they were able to stop him, but don't do drugs. Isn't that always been the message? Don't do drugs. Psychedelic mushrooms. All right, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, some of the folks chatting this morning on the Facebook feed. Yeah, Norman's talking about the big temperature drop. Temperature dropped 20 degrees in the last hour. Now down to 41 with heavy fog. And he's out there in the Big Tipper. Be careful. Yeah, hello to Billy. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive, folks. Happy Hump Day. Headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Southport, North Carolina. Happy Hump Day. Let's see, 55. Okay, that's the update. I know that big pileup that ultimately was at 158 vehicles. I think the death toll increased 1. It's 8, ultimately, fatalities. That was shut down from... this is Wednesday morning, so that would have been Monday morning. It was shut all the way through Tuesday morning as they were still trying to clear out all those vehicles, many of which were burned up. So I guess 55 is finally reopened there in Louisiana. I know they were talking about possibly having more of that super fog Tuesday morning, but I think there were still... Where did I have the update here? Either way. Okay, here it is. The fog that had set in, they did have to actually shut down portions of several other interstates. 10 was shut down for a while. I guess some of the school districts opted to close this past day rather than risk being out in that fog after so many crashes the prior morning. All right, let's see. Danny says... If Horse Feathers doesn't say Mike, his whole day's going to be ruined. Come on. Well, we took care of that, all right? Hillbilly, what's happening here? Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day, Mr. Steve. Just a little bit on the Sundance. Let's say where I work at, I'm paying for 2 farms and a car for my wife. Keeping up with all the bills. I mean, she's working too, the stuff, but I mean, I make all the big payments and I still got money in my pocket, so I'm happy for what I make. So, in a new house.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's like the Horse Feather says, you're not making enough money where you're at, so it's time to go pack up, go somewhere else. Where you're making what you want to make. But that's just what I got to say on that. Now, the detention time, my company, once our appointment time comes around, I usually show up at least an hour early. That way I know I'm early because I never know how traffic's going to be and stuff like that. But we give them the first hour, and after that we get paid on detention time.
First hour.
You were asking. Yep, there's 1 hour. Which ain't usually too bad. Most... like the place I'm going to today, I'm going to be actually 4 hours early, but they'll take me as soon as I get there and get me out of there in about an hour and 15 minutes. It's the average for them. Sometimes a little bit longer, depends how many trucks are in front of me. Other places there, they hold you to your appointment time, and you can almost set your clock from the time they pull you in the gate to go to the dock. It's 2 hours. Now, why it takes 2 hours to unload a truck and count it all is beyond me, but that's the nature of the beast of trucking, I guess. But that's usually where I make my detention time when I go there.
Mm-hmm.
And like this Coca-Cola haul, I got 5 places in Louisville I deliver at, and places Somerset and Litchfield and other places in Kentucky. But those places, they're pretty good about getting me in and out pretty quick. Don't worry about it. I mean, like I said, hour and a half, 2 hours the most. And like Horse Feather says, he's in a day cab, so he can't do the 3 to 7. Now he can do the long break on the road, but you got to do it at the motel. Find a motel with truck parking and check yourself at the motel, take your 10-hour break, and you can come back out. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I've been known to show up a receiver 3 or 4 hours earlier, and I wasn't there enough, so I'd be parked in the parking lot and I go to bed to my appointment time. They'll call me, wake me up, and away we go, if you know what I'm saying. That's how I do it. I mean, you kind of work the system, work your logbook to benefit you, I guess, what I'm trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
But, that's all I've got. I'll let someone else smarter than me get in here.
You mean I'm supposed to go out and try to find a more intelligent caller?
I know you found someone more intelligent. I'm just average.
All right, Hillbilly. Hey, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Safe travels out there. About a minute before news break, I believe Grump had brought up, we knew numerous U.S. military bases, several dozen service members apparently actually suffered some minor injuries, they're saying, in those drone attacks on U.S. bases in the Mideast last week. U.S. and coalition forces attacked at least 13 separate times last week. 7 of those were in Iraq. While the Pentagon acknowledged the attacks and the U.S. military response to intercept the drones and rockets when they first happened, it's the first report that we've had that there were actually injuries to personnel. 20 of those service members were injured in a drone attack on Al-Tanf military base, southern Syria. Another 4 wounded in 2 drone attacks on Al-Assad base in western Iraq on that same day. All 24 of those injured have been able to return to active duty. In both of those cases, though, the drones were shot down, but debris from one destroyed a hangar housing small aircraft in Iraq, according to CENTCOM.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. has issued a warning to Iran urging them not to escalate the conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Iran has supported Hamas and other groups that continue to carry out attacks on Israel. Iranian leaders have routinely threatened to wipe Israel off the map.
During his address to the UN Security Council's Secretary of State Antony Blinken stated that the U.S. will respond firmly if Iran or its proxies carry out attacks on U.S. personnel in the Middle East. He called on leaders to convey this message to Iran both publicly and privately, advising them not to open another front in the Israel conflict. Additionally, Blinken revealed that 33 Americans lost their lives in Hamas' attack on Israel earlier this month. It appears the White House is underscoring that there is no place for anti-Semitism in the U.S.
We must all do our part and forcefully
forcefully speak out against anti-Semitism.
This comes after Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre receiving criticism on Monday for a response to a question regarding the increase in anti-Semitism during the Israel-Hamas conflict. When asked about concerns over rising anti-Semitism, Jean-Pierre mentioned that the administration has observed no credible threats, then discussed crimes targeting Muslims and Arab Americans. Majority Whip Tom Emmer has ended his speakership bid after he, too, failed to unite the House GOP. That's according to two people familiar with the situation. Car payments have reached their highest rates in decades, with over 6% of subprime borrowers characterized by lower credit scores and higher interest rates being more than 60 days overdue on their auto loans in September, as reported by Fitch Ratings. This delinquency rate is the highest recorded in Fitch's data spanning nearly 30 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Jenna Ellis, a former campaign lawyer for ex-President Trump, has entered the plea deal in the Georgia election interference case. Facing 2 felony counts, she pleaded guilty to aiding and abetting false statements and writings. Sidney Powell and Kenneth Chesbrough pleaded guilty last week, and Scott Hall, a bail bondsman, pleaded guilty last month. Trial dates for Trump and the remaining 14 co-defendants are pending. A contingent of Senate Republicans is calling on President Biden to expand the construction of the border wall, a move supported by sheriffs in South Texas.
It's a red, white, and blue. We took an oath, and we need to protect our people. We need to take our border back.
Zapata County Sheriff Ray Del Bosque contends that the wall would reduce incidents of individuals entering and evading capture, a concern for residents of Texas ranches. Earlier this month, the White House granted waivers for several environmental laws to facilitate construction in a heavily trafficked sector of the Texas border. The NHL is lifting its ban on players using colored stick tape for various causes. Initially, the league prohibited special jerseys during the theme nights like Pride or Military Appreciation. The ban on colored tape aimed to prevent players from bypassing the rule. However, an Arizona Coyote player used rainbow pride tape to support the LGBTQ community, prompting discussion, and officially announced the policy change on Tuesday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. We roll on through the late night, early morning hours. All right, got a Wednesday, hump day, 25th of October. As we kind of, counting down the days to Halloween, trick-or-treaters, we're kind of working our way around the country. AccuWeather forecasting what we anticipate in the coming days for those trick-or-treaters. And not looking real good for the Midwest and the Great Lakes region. Bone-chilling cold by the time next Tuesday rolls around. The primary pattern across the northern plains early next week will be governed by a zone of high pressure anchored over the region. And as that feature continues to circulate, very cold air southward out of Canada from late this week into early next week. Temperatures forecast to be at 10, 20 degrees below normal for late October. The fall chill will settle in across the entirety of the Midwest by early next week. Temperatures also expected to fall well below historical averages across the plains. So the trick-or-treaters in places like Chicago, Minneapolis, even Oklahoma City, probably going to need some extra layers under that costume to stay warm. Widespread high temperatures, highs 30s and 40s across the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Portions of North Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, only going to look at high temperatures in the 20s. Wow. In some locations of the northern plains, Halloween Eve, windy conditions combined with low temperatures making it less than ideal for the trick-or-treaters to be out there. It's going to be a cold day in Hell, Michigan. High temperature predicted to reach only the upper 30s. All right, looks like you're going to need a sweater even on the West Coast when trick-or-treat time rolls around. Philip checks in here on a Wednesday morning. Philip.
Morning, bud. Happy hump day there. Hey, I wanted to comment about the airlines there you were talking about, that pilot. For years, the airlines have had a jump seat in their planes. And what a lot of people don't know about the airlines is when you see those crews on those planes working, those stewardesses and those pilots could be from several different terminals around the nation. When they do their planning, their flight planning, and they can't find people in the same terminal, they go to other terminals to find folks. And that pilot that pulled the handles, he was going to San Francisco to catch his plane. Now, they've done that for years. They did it back, I worked with the airlines in the late 80s, and they did it back then. They have always had a jump seat plane. That's how they move their folks around. Because, if you work for the airlines, you work for the airlines. It doesn't matter what terminal you're in. You can go to anywhere that your airline services. As long as there's a terminal there, you can work flights, and that's how they work it. And that's if they want to pick up extra shifts, and they've got the time allotted, which pilots have a time system, just like driving. They have an hours of service. And they can pick up extra flights to make more money. That's the way it works. Now, with the airplane, those handles that he pulled were the handles that were for the fire suppression system. Now, what a fire suppression system is, it's a system that's built around a turbine engine, because the turbine engine is very prone to having fires. It's a lot different than a regular piston-type motor. It is really prone to having fires, the way it's set up. and they put a suppression system on. All the big planes have a suppression system. It's a chemical agent that's pressurized that goes around the fire and puts it out. Now, the first thing that system does is it cuts all the electricity and the power and the fuel to the engine. So that's what that initially was going to do. If you pull them handles, first thing it does is it cuts the power. After the power's been cut as far as fuel and electrical, then it goes into the suppression and releases the agent, and it puts the fire out in the motor. So that's what that system is.
So the idea is, and I was kind of confused about what the fire suppression says. So it was designed for the actual engine. So if you've got engine fire on the right wing, you pull that handle. These planes, I think most of them, these twin engines can actually navigate and safely get to an emergency landing location on one engine, right?
Absolutely. All airplanes, especially the big planes, unless it's set up like a small turbofan, which is mostly your smaller planes, but all your bigger planes have multiple engines. And everybody's like, well, it has multiple engines because it needs more power. No, it's not that. It's because you need to, if you lose an engine, you need to have a redundancy in the system to back up. Just like we were talking about that FedEx plane the other day. You know, they have redundancy in the hydraulic systems for the landing gear and for the flaps and the slats and everything that's controlled hydraulically. You know, there's redundancy in the system. You need redundancy. So if you look at the engines on an airplane, all right, so your engines are numbered depending on how many you have. So if you have 3 engines, you have engine 1, 2, and 3. And the way the order is, if you're looking at the airplane from the front, the engine on the left wing, the far left one, is number 1, and it goes 1, 2, 3 across the airplane. That's the way they go. Or if it has 6 engines, I don't care how many it has, that's the way they number it, and they would. And on those panels up top, each one of those has a suppression knob. So engine 1, if you want to throw it out, you can hit that knob. Same way with the controls to control the throttling. Each engine has a throttle number, and it tells you what number engine you're throttling up or you're throttling down. So, does that make sense, Steve?
It does. Sure enough.
And like when they go to put power in with throttle, they have linkages that are hooked into the throttles. So when they throttle up the plane to take off, all those engines are hooked together with a linkage, and they can throttle at one time, but they can go to each individual engine and shut it down too as well. And see, that's a complicated thing. That's why I don't believe that mushroom story thing, because the quickest way to shut an engine down is suppression, because they're individual knobs. You understand what I mean? Instead of this linkage that holds everything together where you're throwing the throttles forward. So, but I do think that Alaska Airlines needs to speed up their drug program, because if that gentleman was experimenting with mushrooms, I think he was probably doing a little bit more than mushrooms. You know what I mean, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, you said he was headed back to Frisco to catch his flight or whatever. I mean, what if he didn't act up on that flight? Was he potentially going to be a pilot on a plane? Yeah, kind of hopped up on mushrooms?
Absolutely. I mean, they show up on your drug test just like marijuana or cocaine or any of your other hallucinogens. They show up on all that stuff with your drug test. So I think Alaska Airlines, they need to step up their drug testing program, because the average guy, I mean, all the drivers out there that are driving right now, they go through drug testing. If their employers think that they're even doing something, they can, by the government laws, they can go and say, hey, we're suspicious. This person's going to go in for a drug test. Okay? You're also pulled for randoms. Okay? I know I'm pulled for a random at Disney. You know? Yep. So I think Alaska Airlines need to step up to the program. Now, we're going to talk about Israel just for a second. Did you hear about the UN being they're kind of PO'd with Israel right now, Steve?
I haven't heard that the UN is. No, what's the deal?
Okay, so the UN just had a meeting. I believe it was yesterday. I might be wrong. But their main guy, I think his name is Mr. Gutierrez, got into a fight, a verbal fight, argument with the representative from Israel, because he thinks that they're not conducting the war the way that it should be done.
Okay.
Because they're not helping the folks in Palestine.
Well, right.
And it turned into kind of I wouldn't say a screaming match, but it turned into a heated argument. Also, something else I found out. Did you know that China had one of their container ships damage a Baltic Sea pipeline? Steve, you heard anything about that?
I had heard last week about a pipeline that had some issues, but I didn't hear what the reasoning was. Was it sabotage or, something like the Nord Stream occurred? But is that what it was? A ship caught it or something?
Well, there is one of their container ships, a Chinese container ship, was off of Finland. I believe it's Finland. The Finnish people are investigating it because the pipeline was in their area. But he anchored off, and he anchored off too deep, and he pulled one of the pipelines. So instead of just pulling the anchor up, trying to get the anchor back, they just cut off, they call it, which they cut the chain and they left the anchor. Well, the Finnish people found the anchor, and they found the evidence on that anchor that it had ruptured one of those pipelines. So here's my question: is China charged with anything for doing that kind of damage to the pipeline? Is that gonna happen with that? So, but getting down to Sundance, you make what you make out of truck driving. If you want to go in a different route, you got to diversify yourself in trucking. I always seen that when I was in it for 25 years. You make what you make of truck driving. Okay? If you want to be just sitting behind the wheel and driving and making a set amount of money per mile, that's what it is. If you want to lump freight and make some more money, it is what it is with truck driving. And a lot of drivers make such an issue, and I don't know how many times in my 25 years of doing it, I heard people complaining about this and about that, and hours of service and all that stuff. Well, I got news for you, Buttercup. You got to suck it up and just do what you got to do to make a living. You made a reference yesterday, Steve, that a lot of people need to listen. The more money you make, the more money you spend. Right, Steve?
Absolutely.
Am I right in saying that?
100%.
Okay, so if you want to be a driver that just wants to drive a truck and have the experience of driving a truck and just having a great time, and you're happy with making $35,000 a year, go get you a job with Night Transport or Swift or one of those companies. Go, and you just want to make that kind of money. Now, if you want to be a guy that wants to have your own equipment and be an owner-operator, you've got to suck it up and deal with it. Sometimes you're going to make $20,000 after you've paid out the stuff for the truck. Sometimes you're going to make $60,000 when you pay out after the truck. You're not consistently going to make what you're going to make every year. That's the way it is. If you're in a recession year, like we're in a recession right now, things are going down. Loads are getting pulled back. I don't know how many times I'm turning on YouTube and I'm seeing on this, this company went out of business. That went out of business. It's just like every day it's a different company going out of business. And you've got to manage your company to be profitable. But you also have to reinvest your profit. And that's what the companies aren't doing. They're not reinvesting their profit. They're putting it in their pocket instead of investing it back into the company and their employees. But it's what you make a truck. If that's what you want, that's great. And as far as the day cab thing that Horse Feathers is bringing up, I drove day cab for 15 years. You get really creative with the logbook. You can take your brakes at a customer if a customer has a brake ring, and you can list that as off-duty time. So you can be real creative if you can find that with your customers, and especially if your customers in an area where there's a lot of restaurants. So that's all I got today, buddy. y'all have a good one, and hopefully I help somebody.
All right, thank you so much, Philip. Safe travels. Have a good morning. Yeah, I remember seeing the headline about a pipeline. It's been several weeks ago. Yeah, and it turns out it was like back on October the 8th, and there were question marks after what had transpired, like with the Nord Stream pipeline, where Russia was blaming the U.S. Everybody was pointing fingers. It was sabotage, intentionally blown up. Yeah, there was questions whether this was another intentional pipeline sabotage incident. It was all up in the air. I guess, as Philip just mentioned, they just kind of, at least at this point, they're believing the culprit was the anchor cut from that ship that was flying the flag of Hong Kong. Authorities said that they're looking into whether the anchor that the Finnish Navy recovered from that side of the pipeline break belonged to the Chinese ship. There are signs in the anchor that suggest it came into contact with the gas pipeline, according to investigators. Yeah, I'll come back with more after this. Quick time out.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So apparently they say the investigation is ongoing. The next stage, according to officials, would concentrate on determining if the damage was purposeful, accidental, or the result of just bad seafaring. Yeah, the 48-mile pipeline was found to have been mechanically damaged inside the Finnish economic zone, which caused the pipeline to be moved from its original location in the seabed. Investigators determined last week that this particular vessel, the Nunu Polar Bear, was the main suspect after comparing the ship's path and position to the incident time and place. Recent photos of the Chinese ship on social media show one of its anchors was missing when it paused at the Russian port of St. Petersburg while sailing the Baltic Sea. The ship is reportedly cruising through northern Russian waters, probably on its way back to China via the northern sea route. Finnish investigators say they've made several attempts to get in touch with the captain, but have not been successful, so they're working with Chinese authorities on the case. A representative from Beijing's foreign ministry reaffirmed their demand for an impartial, thorough investigation into the event during a routine press briefing, adding the Chinese vessel was functioning normally at the time, but significant damage was found on the multi-million-dollar pipeline, a vital conduit connecting Finland to the European gas network, which started operating in early 2020. Anticipated duration of the repairs probably will be at least until the end of April next year. Now, simultaneously with the pipeline damage, a telecom cable connecting Finland, Estonia, and Sweden was also affected. Finnish authorities have indicated that this cable was connected to the Chinese vessel as well. All right, Knucklebuster, what's going on? Happy Hump Day.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. And I've been in and out. All in all, AT&T, thank you for the bad service. Had to stop over here at the Hacienda there, but I didn't get to see heat wave hours. I took on some fuel and trucking. Fox News sent me a notice that the Republicans selected Mike Johnson as the new House Speaker nominee. He's a Republican out of Louisiana. I don't know anything about him, so maybe you can find something out of that.
Y'all
better get some fresh.
He is the nominee now, and I guess I assume they will have another probably behind closed door vote on him this morning to see if he would get enough to get 217 votes. I mean, Emmer was the first nominee yesterday, and then the behind closed doors vote, he had 24, I think, Republicans that refused to support him. So he withdrew his nomination. It was late last night when this Louisiana guy is now the nominee. I guess so they're going to repeat the process again today. So that's where it stands.
Yes, sir. Well, y'all better get some fresh gas for your generator, too, there. Let's go. All that snow and stuff they talking about getting up there, so put some Stabile in it. I joined the Marine Corps back in 75 and stayed in until 1989. And then the last part of it was in the reserves. I started driving a truck in 86, and I ain't taking no cut and pay. I don't care what he wants. Our biggest problem, Steve, is when we go to war, political leaders get too involved in it. They all trying to make money off of it there. So if they'd leave our military alone, let them go in and kick butt and take names, we'd be a lot better off there. I read where Elliot Gould, he said he told Elvis Presley to shut the hell up. It's funny that they always come out and say stuff after somebody's dead and gone. They can't contradict it.
Right.
But, yeah. So, I don't know. He said Elvis asked about him and Barbara Streisand. So, I don't think I'd have ever married Barbara Streisand. She can't sing, she can't act, and he can't either. So, I read where he'll give $1 billion to Wikipedia to change the name to Dickopedia over the fact that info can be changed so easily. You can change.
I know you can. Anybody can probably go in and make changes there, but we have to pause.
USA News Update. After receiving criticism, the White House is spelling out its views on anti-Semitism.
The White House is underscoring that there is no place for anti-Semitism in the U.S.
We must all do our part and forcefully speak out against anti-Semitism.
I'm John Schaefer.
The off-duty Alaskan Airlines pilot who's accused of trying to shut down the engines on a Horizon Airline flight has been charged in a Portland court. Joseph Emerson faces over 160 charges, including 83 counts of attempted murder. His attorney, Noah Horst.
We would waive further reading and advice of rights, reserve all rights read into the record this morning, enter a not guilty plea on all.
Emerson will also be charged in federal court for interfering with a flight crew. Court documents show Emerson told police he had used psychedelic mushrooms before the flight and was having a nervous breakdown. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
While the number of Republican presidential hopefuls is getting gradually shorter, the list, that is, as candidate Michigan businessman Perry Johnson dropped out this past day, officially endorsing Donald Trump's campaign upon suspending his own campaign. Announcing his endorsement of the former president, Johnson tweeted, quote, having suspended my campaign, I am officially endorsing at real Donald Trump for president of the United States. We must beat Joe Biden to save this country, and Donald Trump's the only candidate we can who can do it. He also shared his campaign's full statement Monday, highlighting Trump's accomplishments during his first term in the White House, emphasizing his belief that Trump is the only remaining Republican candidate who can defeat Joe Biden in a potential rematch of 2020. After suspending my campaign for president Friday, there's now only one candidate in this race who can provide a solution to our nation's economic, foreign policy, and social crisis, and most importantly, beat Joe Biden at the ballot box. That person is Donald Trump. During his first term, Trump's first term, our nation saw historic peace agreements, no new wars, an economic revival, and forged a new path forward away from corrupt establishment career politicians. Now, he did note that he supported Trump in both 2016 and 2020 and was proud to give the former president his full endorsement once again as Trump campaigns to be the nominee in 2024. All right, haven't heard from Eagle this week. Well, there he is. Welcome aboard, Eagle. How's it going?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on out there?
Yeah, I've been busy the last couple of nights. I couldn't get in, call in, but yeah, I wanted to talk about something, Steve, before I get about what happened in Louisiana yesterday on Monday morning.
The fog.
The fog.
Yeah.
I want to talk about, because I do a lot of driving in Louisiana because I have to go through Louisiana to get back to Texas, where I live at. Louisiana is some of the worst drivers in the U.S., disrespectful drivers in the U.S. And they have a lot of bridges in Louisiana that goes over a lot of water, took places over water. And, you know, occasionally you're going to have a fog roll in. See, here's the problem, Steve. You know, if you look at the incidents around America over the last 3 to 4 years, you know, like up in Michigan, up on 94, close to the Chicago area, when they have these whiteouts, snow whiteouts, it's usually 50 to 100 vehicles involved. And because people won't slow down, if you see that the road is iced up, if you see that the road is, anybody's ever driven a whiteout, it's a scary situation. You can't see anything. If you see that this is occurring, why don't you pull off and get off the road and get off to an exit to a safe environment? Why do these people want to continue driving at the same rate of speed when they can't see, and then you run into another vehicle, and then naturally another vehicle is going to run into you? Okay, then you go over to another part of the country over in Wyoming on Interstate 80, which is another area known for having traffic pileups during the wintertime because people won't slow down. They just continue to pile into each other, and you got another 100 vehicles wrecked up, people dead. And then you go to Texas, where I live at, about 2 years ago, when they had an ice storm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and it was a skating ring, and you seen the pileups that they had, car after car, truck after truck, continued to pile into the accident. Some of those vehicles never even hit their damn brakes. This is what I'm saying, Steve. Everybody is in such a big rush. And instead of, if you see a vehicle that's spinning out, I've been driving for a long time, Steve. When my vehicle starts losing control, when I'm driving on snow and ice, and the minute that my tires start spinning, I'm looking for a place to pull off to the road and get off safely until I can know that the road is safe to travel on. When I'm going down the interstate and I start seeing cars and trucks in the ditches, that's a red flag for you right there. If you see another 18-wheeler in a ditch, that's a sign that I don't think he drove into that ditch on purpose. That's a message to you to slow down or either find you another place to pull off to the side of the road so you don't end up in the ditch with that guy. But apparently people in America don't see it that way no more. They want to continue at the same rate of speed on snow and ice, fog. It don't matter what conditions it is. They want to continue doing their thing, and then they have a big pileup, which occurred in New Orleans area the other morning. Mm-hmm. Over 150 vehicles. It was like a demolition derby. I don't know if you've seen the video of this accident scene. It's totally ridiculous. and even a tanker truck was involved in it, and a vehicle ran into it and blew up, caught on fire, and all kind of bad stuff happened on this stretch of road. It's, like I said, Steve, there's sometimes you have to use common sense. If you can't see, if I would have been in that situation yesterday morning, and I can't see in the fog, I'm looking for somewhere to get off that road and park my vehicle until that fog rolls off, until that fog is gone, which they said didn't disappear until like 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, and that's exactly what I would have done. I would have been sitting in a rest area, a truck stop until 11 o'clock yesterday waiting for this fog to disappear. I'm not going to drive into a damn fog bank not knowing what I can't see at the same rate of speed. But like I said before, people don't see it that way nowadays, and now this is the results of people's stupidity. Demolition derbies on the interstate, people losing their lives. One thing I wanted to say, Steve, one mistake that a lot of people make, and I've seen the same thing happen down in Texas 2 years ago when they had this deal happen with the ice storm, is to stay in your vehicle. Do not get out. If you're ever involved in an accident scene like that, where it's a chain reaction type wreck, that the worst thing you can do is get out of your vehicle and be standing on the road, standing on the shoulder, because anybody can lose control of their vehicle and run you over, and then you're dead. The safest place in an accident scene like that is to stay in your car, and hopefully hopefully everything will go okay. But the worst thing you can do is get out of your vehicle and be standing on the side of the road, because more than likely somebody gonna run you over and you end up dead. So that's the scene, with these type of situations. Because we're coming up on the winter time now. Luckily it's been, so far it ain't snowed that much in the U.S. Even this late in the year. But I'm pretty sure it's going to snow sometime this year. So people need to start slowing down and start using their head in these types of situations. Now let's move on to this situation, Steve, with Israel. Like I told you last week, Israel might as well not even make a move on Hamas right now, because Hamas is no longer in the Gaza area. They've already evacuated. They've already moved on to other areas because they gave them plenty of time to get the hell out of town. If they were going to make a move, they should have made a move, like I heard a guy say on television, within 48 hours after the attack that these guys had a couple of weeks ago. The attack, if they do their thing now, it's not going to accomplish nothing, because all the top leaders and all the top people have already evacuated the Gaza area. There's a few stragglers still hanging around.
Sure.
But most of the top people with Hamas has already evacuated the area. They gave them I'm very disappointed in the Israeli president. I don't know if he took the advice from Joe Biden to hold off a ceasefire or what, but whoever gave him advice gave him some bad advice, because see, now all he's doing is giving those Hamas individuals a chance to rebuild and regroup, and they will have another attack, because they clearly said that they don't like Jews, they don't like Christians, and they definitely don't like the people in the United States of America. So it's just a matter of time before they attack us in the U.S. and they attack Israel again and other countries, because the guy didn't do the right thing. He should have hit him. He should have hit him, and he should have hit him real hard, and he didn't do it. So here's how it goes, Steve, with the other situation where it concerns Israel. But like I said, Joe Biden has already made up his mind. But not one more dime should go to Israel in their so-called fight. And the same thing goes with Ukraine. The money needs to come to a complete and utter stop, because they're not accomplishing nothing with this. We have problems in the USA, and Joe Biden continues to send money to these countries with no results to be found. And like I always tell people about the Ukrainian president, because I already know what the answer is. Ask that guy over there in Ukraine when he plans on paying that money back to the U.S. and then see what the answer is. He won't have an answer, because he has no intention of ever giving that money back to the U.S. So, like Trump used to say, whether people like Trump or whether you don't like him or dislike him, what Trump said when he was in the White House, why is the United States why are we the only countries in the world that give money to somebody else's war cause? And when Joe Biden can come up with that answer, I love to hear that answer, why we're the only ones that are surrendering money to these countries. Nobody else is giving a damn dime to Ukraine or these other countries. So when Biden can explain that, then maybe it'll be a little bit better situation. Now, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, when it concerns the situation with the Speaker of the House. Let's just go over this situation. Speaker of the House is the third most powerful person in the United States behind Biden and Harris and then that guy. We don't even have a damn Speaker of the House. You see how weak Joe Biden is, and you see the stupidity of Kamala Harris. We have no individual. The Republicans are still trying to figure out who the hell is going to get this job. It's a complete and utter embarrassment that they can't sit down and vote on somebody. They had a good man last week, and he finally got so frustrated, he took his name out of the whole damn picture. The Republicans ought to be ashamed of themselves for embarrassing not only their party but the people of America to not even be able to come together. We have almost, the shutdown of the government coming up again at almost the end of the month, end of the year, and these idiots still can't figure out who is going to be the representative for the Speaker of the House of the United States of America. And like I told you last week, Steve, if you think that man over there in Iran doesn't see that, if you think North Korea doesn't see it, if you think that loser over there in China doesn't see that the United States, that is the problems that they're having, finding the Speaker of the House, they better think again. So they can continue playing games and go week after week, having a vote after vote after vote, and still can't come up with a man. Like I told you last week, Steve, you're either a Republican or you're not. If you don't want to vote for a Republican, change your name to Democrat and get the hell out of the position, and they'll replace you with a man who is a Republican. Because I'm tired of dealing with these kind of rhinos and these losers that can't figure out what party they're affiliated with. You're a Republican or a Democrat. Either one. If not, you can get the hell out and find you another job. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, have a great morning. Thanks for chiming in here. There you go. Hump Day coming on. Several interesting headlines to get to. Let's see. It looks like we cleared the lines out at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Because for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive. Like Knucklebuster mentioned a few minutes ago, it's getting to be that time of year. Start talking about ice storms, the need to fire up that generator. Now, if that generator's been sitting there 6 months with gas that has not been treated with Sta-Bil, there's a good chance it won't start. If you treated that gas with Sta-Bil, when you filled it up, it should fire up like that gas is brand new. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. All right, under the industry headlines from CDL Life, I know I've heard, and some have said, well, it's kind of like it's the trucker's myth. It doesn't really happen. In this case, it's actually caught on video. A seasoned trucker films the aftermath of a driver having his fifth wheel pin pulled at a fuel island. The filming driver opens the clip by saying, "I've been out here 23 years, and I've never actually seen it happen. Somebody pulled this guy's fifth wheel pin on the fuel island here at the Loves." The driver then films the poor guy along with a few other helpful drivers working to get his gear back into place. "Yeah, maybe we should make this a regular thing when people take their 30-minute break at the fuel island," said another viewer. Another commenter added, "No matter how mad I get when waiting to get fuel, I would never do that to someone. The one who did it was a coward." But so apparently, yeah, somebody taking their 30-minute break there on the fuel island, somebody gets PO'd, and there you go. Recall the story of a truckload of dimes, like pennies, nickels, and dimes, were stolen in Philly earlier this year. Looks like they've caught the suspect. Charges against a group of thieves has been unsealed. The theft actually occurred back in April in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, after a crime spree committed by a group of 4. According to the Philly Inquirer, 25-year-old Rakeem Savage, 31-year-old Ronald Bird, 30-year-old Hanif Palmer, and 32-year-old Malik Palmer stole $234,000 plus worth of dimes out of a truck that was parked in a Walmart parking lot after the driver parked the truck and went home because he had run out of hours. The entire load was actually worth $750,000. It was being transported from the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia, headed to Miami. Yeah, the thieves ultimately left thousands of dimes scattered outside the truck after breaking into the trailer. Investigators now believe this heist was one of several committed by this group, including the theft of frozen crab legs, shrimp, meat, beer, and liquor from numerous semi-trucks throughout the region. Some of these incidents involved dragging the truck driver out of the rig by force before cutting the trailer open and taking the cargo. But after the dime robbery, the men were able to successfully convert thousands of dollars worth of those dimes into cash using the Coinstar machines in Maryland, or depositing them at different banks in Philadelphia. However, investigators say that a large amount of that money is still indeed unaccounted for. Now, a Philadelphia police spokesperson said, "If for some reason you have a lot of dimes at home, this is probably not the time to cash them in." They'll be dragging you thinking you might be a part of this. Hey, just hang on to those dimes for a while, right? And our number, 844-844-3388. Yo, Gilligan?
Yeah, it's Gilligan. I tell you what, Slim Pickens like to found them people there in that Blazing Saddles. You remember the part when he pulled up to the toll booth and said, "Anybody got any dimes? We need some dimes." One of my favorite parts of that movie. There's a lot of good ones, but I always thought that was funny. Out in the middle of the desert, they run into a toll booth. Mel Brooks was a creative genius, that's for sure. Hey, Horse Feathers asked last night, I forgot to mention it in the call, that he heard they was bringing the Challengers and the Chargers back for this coming year. From what I understand, that is true. I'm surprised I haven't seen any yet. Well, I ain't been a lot in about a month or so. So maybe that's why. They're probably there. I just ain't been paying attention. I guess Stellantis realized that electric Charger is not going to turn the profit. The Chargers they've been building are, and doing away with the Challenger was a bad idea. In fact, you read a story that there was offering a new Hemi engine, if I'm not mistaken. Also, a lot of people don't realize this, but there's two sizes of them Hemis. There's the 5.7 liter, which they put in the Dodge 1500s, and also the Challenger RTs and Charger RTs. Now, to go to the 6.4 Hemi, from what I understand, there's probably variations of this. You got to go either with 2500 Ram or bigger. I don't even think they offer a gas engine at 3500. They might, but I haven't run across one. Or the Scat Pack Challengers. The Hellcats have got that 6.4 in it, but they've got the supercharger on it and all that too. They've been, from what I understand, they decided that idea of getting rid of the V8s and the Challengers and the Chargers, they've come to realize there's a lot of demand for them. Now, I got to touch on something else. I need to get a word out to Scarecrow. Bojangles keep on texting Josephine, my security guard, and it's really distracting her from her work. Now, Scarecrow, you need to give a tighter grip on that cell phone of yours. Now, I'm telling you what, she spends more time with her nose in the phone than she does guarding the skyscraper. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'd hate to fire her because she's awful cheap, and I got Sam the Bone Man and their guard dogs, but they can only cover so much ground. So if you would, Scarecrow, kind of keep a tighter grip on your phone. Bojangles seems to be harassing Josephine. Well, can't say harassing because she seems to like it. I hope that Bone Jenna don't get into it with Sam. I tell you what, I'll be in a heck of a mess. That security company's about ready to kill me. It's amazing, just amazing how much a skeleton can eat. It's amazing. I keep on feeding them crackers.
Yeah, well, I've been getting some of those selfies myself from Bojangles. Got a couple of photos to date. All right, coming up in our final hour, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Story I did not touch on last evening. I had Rambler, no less, had forwarded to me, but I couldn't get a confirmation. We'll fill you in what we're talking about. Vladimir Putin coming up here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. After receiving criticism, the White House is spelling out its views on anti-Semitism.
The White House is underscoring that there is no place for anti-Semitism in the U.S.
We must all do our part and forcefully speak out against anti-Semitism.
This comes after Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre received criticism on Monday for her response to a question regarding the increase in anti-Semitism during the Israel-Hamas conflict. When asked about concerns over rising anti-Semitism, Jean-Pierre said that the administration has observed no credible threats, then discussed crimes targeting Muslims and Arab Americans. I'm John Schaefer.
The off-duty Alaskan Airlines pilot who's accused of trying to shut down the engines on a Horizon Airline flight has been charged in a Portland court. Joseph Emerson faces over 160 charges, including 83 counts of attempted murder. His attorney, Noah Horst.
He is truly named. We've received 2 copies of the district attorney's information. We would waive further reading and advice of rights, reserve all rights read into the record this morning, enter a not guilty plea on all counts.
The judge ordered Emerson held until a bail hearing. Emerson will also be charged in federal court for interfering with a flight crew. Court documents show Emerson told police he had used psychedelic mushrooms before the flight and was having a nervous breakdown. After being nominated for Speaker, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer is withdrawing from the race. The Minnesota Republican was unable to garner sufficient support within his own party, facing opposition from over 24 Republicans for the Speaker's position. Israel's war against Hamas is in its 18th day. As heavy fighting continues, intense negotiations are reportedly underway to try and free a large number of hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Israel has agreed to delay a ground invasion as the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt work to free hostages. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
As Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill continue to sound the alarm on illegal immigration, putting some cities on the verge of bankruptcy, the U.S.-Mexico border continues to be open. There were roughly 270,000 people reported by the Biden administration last month, and a new fiscal year high of nearly 2.5 million people entering the U.S. The fiscal year alone, the numbers do not include those sneaking into the U.S. undetected. The United Auto Workers Union is widening its strike against Detroit's Big Three. The union announced earlier today that about 5,000 workers at GM's Arlington assembly plant will hit the picket lines. The walkout comes just hours after the automaker released its third quarter earnings results that came in above expectations. The total number of workers around the country off the job right now are about 40,000. UAW President Shawn Fain said it's time GM workers and the whole working class get their fair share. Employees with poor well-being in the U.S. are more likely to develop a new chronic illness. That's according to a new Gallup analysis, which says that U.S. workers with worse well-being are twice as likely to report a new chronic condition. Workers with poor well-being are expected to add more than $2,000 in extra health care spending a year. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So, back at it here one more time around. Final hour on a Wednesday morning. Good to have you on board. Hope your week's going well. Midweek already. Yeah, one of our listening friends chimed in about the airline pilot. The guy in the jump seat. Said, hey, Steve, making crazy laws, I guess he meant passing crazy laws, has consequences. You know, like all those hippies in the northwestern portions of Washington, Oregon. I mean, legalizing all sorts of drugs. Did they actually legalize the likes of magic mushrooms? I know that they had been pushing for that. I'm not sure if they did. But he said, I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this. More often. Well, who's next? A train engineer, a bus driver? But hey, an airline pilot taking magic mushrooms. Wow. Yeah. Dude, just sit back and relax. Leave the flying to the ones who are really high. And some of these cases where they have legalized all sorts of drugs, which I know he's talking Washington, Oregon, the people are already saying they're seeing the ramifications or the unintended consequences. They thought this would lead to people, I guess, to sit at home and do their things and chill. What it is actually leading to is more people turning the streets of various cities around the country into what's more like the streets of Kensington, where you've got more and more of the walking dead, the living zombies all strung out, living out on the streets. As we get our final hour underway, our number is 844-844-3388. I mentioned before the news break, Rambler had sent me a story last evening just before showtime, and it was a headline from MSN, which would be, a reputable news source, MSN Online. And I did a quick search. It was in regards to Vladimir Putin. I mean, his caption was, "This could be real." What it turns out, and I did not delve into it last evening. I do my best to try and not pass stories that haven't been corroborated, misinformation, disinformation. We get a lot of that. You just look at last week's, all the mainstream media. Yeah, for days and days, I don't know that any have even apologized for reporting that Israel had attacked and bombed the hospital there. As we now know, factually, Israel did not. But that was the reporting, misinformation. There were several news outlets that reported a rumor about Vladimir Putin, Russia's president, having suffered a cardiac arrest and collapsing in his presidential bedroom. Newsweek this past day kind of broke it down. That's what I felt I could safely share this. They're pretty much saying we cannot definitively say one way or the other, essentially. But the initial reports added that the 71-year-old Russian leader had to be resuscitated and taken to a special intensive care unit after security heard him falling to the floor. Now, this latest report attracted the attention of journalists around the world. The Indian magazine Business Today, the headline read, Russia's President Vladimir Putin suffers cardiac arrest, collapses in bedroom. Report, Vladimir Putin resuscitated after having cardiac arrest. That was from the Telegram channel. The British tabloid, the Daily Mirror, the New Statesman, a UK news magazine, republished an article from June of last year entitled, Is Vladimir Putin Dead? Now, the report, they say, was sourced from a social media channel that has been linked to a series of unevidenced and occasionally highly implausible rumors about Putin. General SVR, a Telegram channel, shared numerous stories about Putin's health and his grip on power, including the story about the cardiac arrest. The post on October 23rd, 2 days ago, stated that officers had found the president convulsively arched while lying on the floor, rolling his eyes, was moved to a specially equipped room in his residence where the necessary medical equipment for resuscitation had already been installed. General SVR went on to say that while the president's condition has been stabilized and is under constant medical supervision, the incident seriously alarmed the president's inner circle, despite the fact that the attending doctors had already warned that Putin was very ill and was unlikely to live till the end of fall. Now, the channel has repeatedly said Putin has been using body doubles to carry out official duties, with discussions of a successor in process. Other unevidenced claims that General SVR has shared, stories about how Putin fell down a flight of stairs and soiled himself, how he had faced an assassination attempt in Moscow, that he was due to undergo emergency colon surgery back in December of last year. So this story, much like their other stories, was also presented without sources or other evidence that would enhance the credibility, they say. The likelihood that the Kremlin would offer any detailed information about Putin's ongoing health is very slim, given their secrecy, their attitude toward critics of the president, and the effects revealing such information would have on the international diplomacy. So while an unexpected cardiac arrest is not implausible, the Russian leader did appear in public and on camera last week, seeming to be in fine health, where he chaired a Security Council meeting in Moscow on Friday and attended a boxing tournament in the city of Perm on Thursday of last week. Now, according to, this is from Newsweek again, Putin, in theory, could be sick. And other more reliable sources maybe have kept this speculation alive. There were 3 intelligence leaders that told Newsweek back in July of last year that a classified U.S. report said Putin had undergone treatment in April of last year for advanced cancer. Russian state media, of course, has quoted the presidential spokesman denying the cardiac arrest claim. Everything is fine with Putin. He said, this is another canard, absolutely. So again, I found numerous, mostly the British and European sources that had shared that story when I was prepping for the show last evening, but several of them, when you clicked on the links, said redacted. So they published these things and then went on to say, all right, we can't verify this, so let's pull this off the internet. And that's what led me to say I'm gonna hold off on that. But thanks for sharing that, Brother Rambler. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Before we get to other industry headlines, Grump had mentioned in his earlier conversation And I think it's probably, no doubt, a part of the reason, part of the, I guess, the timing for Hamas attacking Israel as they did on October 7th is we had been following the news about Saudi Arabia being very close to normalizing their relations with Israel. And those in much of the Arab world don't like that idea. Numerous reports that the idea of this was to stop this potential normalization of relations. We got an update yesterday. The Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman kind of hinted that discussions about normalizing relations with Israel would continue following the conclusion of the Israel-Gaza conflict, as per the statement from the White House. In the statement, President Biden and bin Salman affirmed the importance of working towards a sustainable peace between Israelis and Palestinians as soon as the crisis subsides, building on the work that had been underway between Saudi Arabia and the U.S. over recent months, according to the Daily Caller. Reuters reported Biden had previously suggested that one of Hamas' objectives in this offense against Israel was to obstruct the progress of those normalization talks between Saudi Arabia and Israel. The White House statement also mentioned that both Biden and the prince pledged to prevent an escalation of the conflict and maintain stability in the region. I don't know how they're going to successfully do that. Who's controlling Iran? I think they're on their own. Saudi Arabia doesn't tell Iran what to do. They also urged Hamas to release those remaining hostages immediately and expressed their support for humanitarian aid to move into Gaza. But those diplomatic talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia, they were well in progress before Hamas invaded southern Israel, October the 7th. With that, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to some of our friends there in the Columbus area. Got an email from Steve this Wednesday morning. Dory says, hello, Steve, all the listeners out there, just about halfway to the halfway point of another week. And those much-needed 2 days off can't come fast enough. So the coffee's hot, The crap's packed in the car. It's time to head into town for today's adventure. See what we can find in the trash. Everybody enjoy. All right, thank you. And then there's Rick. Hello, Rick. Rick friend there, Columbus, Ohio. On board chatting with some of our friends out there. Yes, we were rounding third, headed for home. All right, a new bill in the Senate aims to stop the Environmental Protection Agency from moving forward with an emissions rule that will limit our vehicle choices. Senators Mike Crapo of Indiana and Pete Ricketts of Nebraska introducing what they're calling the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act on Thursday the 19th. The short for that is the CARS Act, Senate Bill 3094, which would prohibit the EPA from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing an emission proposal that they announced earlier this year. The bill also would stop the Clean Air Act from being used to issue regulations that mandate the use of any specific technology. Going back to May of this year, the EPA published a proposed rule with more stringent emission standards for both light-duty and medium-duty vehicles. Now, these standards would phase in over the model years 2027 through 32, making that shift toward electric vehicles. Once again, the Biden administration's rulemaking process is being used to push a radical green agenda and pick winners and losers. According to Crapo in the news release, Americans deserve to have access to affordable, reliable vehicles fueled by American-made energy products. However, the Biden EPA's rule would hurt everyday Americans while simultaneously helping China, of course. Consequences of rules and regulations like these restrict consumer choice. It will raise the cost for the average American family. Now, this Senate bill mirrors a House version that was introduced by Representative Tim Walberg back in July. Support for the CARS Act. Right now, the Senate version, 3094, introduced last week, has 28 co-sponsors, which includes 27 Republicans and, not surprisingly, just one Democrat. The House version, which is H.R. 4468, to date has 34 co-sponsors. Walberg on the House side said the Biden administration is willingly ceding American auto leadership to China. By pursuing this misguided mandate, many American families would simply be priced out of an auto market due to these quotas. Now, on top of these issues, American manufacturing jobs will also be lost due to this government-mandated transition. We must block this rule and allow consumers and innovators to shape the future rather than these bureaucrats. I look forward to my continued work with Senator Crapo as we fight for American auto leadership and consumer choice. Supporters of the CARS Act argue that the government should not be telling consumers what kind of vehicle you can buy, which I think we would all agree with that. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is among the organization that supports the CARS Act. Of course, back in April, the Biden administration announced standards that require a quarter of all new heavy trucks sold in this country to be all electric by the year 2032. We're less than 10 years away. The Biden-Harris EPA is continuing their regulatory blitz on small business truckers, trying to force truck drivers into purchasing these costly alternative vehicles.
A return to glory for one of the business's best builders. A first-timer solved the Pro Stock puzzle, and one of Wisconsin's bravest lit the torch in Super Semi. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2023 Grand National Light Superstock Tractor Division competed 11 times across 6 locations. And now, let's introduce you to the division's champions, Terry Blackburn and owner Mike Chizik, Sholzberg and Newton, Wisconsin. Considered armed and dangerous. 2023 Grand National Light Superstock champions. 3 wins, 1 second, 2 thirds. Since the last time the Considered Armed and Dangerous team hoisted a Light Super trophy, the division had been led twice by Adam Spiegelberg and once by the Hootman Kuhn team. And the lightweight wing of the Chizik stable had been transferred from the drivership of 8-time division champ Brian Korth to the guidance of the Blackburns. But the pattern of winning was still in the muscle memory of Mike's venerable Case IH 210, as Terry's steady hand brought it back from a 3rd place slot after the season's first match to the top of the table. With the team split over Fort and Brandenburg, Josh drove Considered to an 8th and a 4th to maintain 2nd in the points. And then Terry went on his tear, winning twice in his first ever visit to Rockwell, and then again on Thursday night in Bowling Green. A 7th in Wood County still maneuvered Considered into the lead, and it remained in that state on the other end of the Buckeye State in season closing Canton. It's Terry's 5th overall title dating back to the slow ride days, and Mike's lucky 13th. The 2023 Grand National Pro Stock Tractor Division competed 16 times across 10 locations. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin. Injected Funds, 2023 Grand National Pro Stock champion. 3 wins, 1 second, 1 third. It began with a 6th at the Simons Pool in Farley. Well, a great run for the newcomer, but in familiar surroundings. It continued with a win and a 4th in Hutchinson. Hey, wait a minute, this guy can drive, and that newly christened Injected Funds will make some noise. On 11th, 9th, and 6th across 3 locales in June and July. Okay, avoiding disaster, staying in the running as he tours the circuit for the first time, bodes well for a solid finish, maybe even a top 5. 2nd and 9th back in Iowa. This guy's a full-fledged contender. And backing up Brandon Simons 3rd in Napoleon with a win and a ring a half hour east on US 6. Suddenly, and without the courtesy of a warning to the murderer's row that comprised the rest of the division, Connie, Ray, the Simons, the Schmuckers, the prohibitive favorite. Brent Meyer's dream, no fantasy season, in Pro Stock would wrap with a win and a 4th in Canton and 2 play-it-safe top 10s in Sandwich. Meyer becomes the first GN rookie to win the division since Bill Miller in 1994. The 2023 Grand National Super Semi Truck Division, sponsored by Dr. Preload, competed 9 times across 5 locations. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, Ryan DeBrew, New Franken, Wisconsin, playing with fire. 2023 Dr. Preload Grand National Super Semi Champion. 1 win, 3 seconds, 3 thirds. The moniker itself has multiple meanings. One is an expression of solidarity with the courageous men and women who run toward the flames to rescue strangers in peril. But another is a recognition that even when the stakes are not life and death, but rather renown or regret for a title claimed or lost, there remain risks to be taken and challenges to be overcome. 2 years ago, DeBrew wound up on the wrong end of the burn when Bowling Green Friday breakage ruined his best championship chance to date. But in 2023, after a win in Toma among 7 top 3s, put Fire 4 points ahead of Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes with just BG to survive, DeBrew knew his trusty power plant had reached the ragged edge. Anticipating just 2 more passes before bearing failure would render his engine an immobilized mass of metal, DeBrew would forego a Friday pull-off in favor of a clinching Saturday pass in front of a massive Pole Town audience. Fortunately, the crown and glory would only be deferred for a few weeks, as DeBrew and his Playing with Fire burned their brightest in a final hook thriller at the Enderley. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Okay, news break coming up here just ahead. And when we come back, going after Facebook, a.k.a. Meta. We'll break down a bipartisan group of 42 attorneys general suing Meta, alleging that features on Facebook and Instagram are addictive. Okay, we'll give you more coming up.
USA News Update. The U.S. has issued a warning to Iran, urging them not to escalate the conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Iran has supported Hamas and other groups that continue to carry out attacks on Israel. Iranian leaders have routinely threatened to wipe Israel off the map.
During his address to the UN Security Council's Secretary of State Antony Blinken stated that the U.S. will respond firmly if Iran or its proxies carry out attacks on U.S. personnel in the Middle East. Majority Whip Tom Emmer has ended his speakership bid after he, too, failed to unite the House GOP. That's according to 2 people familiar with the situation. Car payments have reached their highest rates in decades, with over 6% of subprime borrowers characterized by lower credit scores and higher interest rates being more than 60 days overdue on their auto loans in September. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, before we get to the suing Facebook, well, a.k.a. Meta is what it's called now, Meta. Truck and Phil chimes in. Happy Wednesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like we're heading up to 68, maybe some rain later today. Fort Wayne, 67, rain in Sterling Heights. Okay, well, the UAW walked out on the Arlington, Texas General Motors plant yesterday. Of course, the rank and file at Fort Wayne are indeed getting restless. So we'll wait and see what else happens. Hopefully, maybe it'll be settled soon. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back once again. Truck and Phil is on board this morning. There you go. Thank you, Phil. Semper Fi. I can't help it. With each passing day, as they're now targeting the big money makers. Now it's all three. The Arlington Assembly Plant, big money maker for GM. The walkout at Stellantis, a big money maker. The Ram pickup trucks. And, of course, Ford, where they hit in Kentucky about a week ago. The big moneymaker, the Ford F-150. It's getting ugly. And, of course, we do know that those that are on the picket lines, especially those that have already been out there for over a month, they're really getting restless. I don't know, but there might be some method to this whole madness of Sean Fain. The workers that just hit the picket line here on, say, Monday and Tuesday of this week. It's all new to them, right? They've been working. So they're hitting the picket line with this fresh enthusiasm that the other UAW workers that have been out there 4 and 5 weeks now, so some of those that were first to hit the picket, obviously they're getting tired. Maybe he's looking to have some fresh blood coming out on the picket lines with each progressive week, which could make some sense. All right, back to 42 attorneys general suing Meta, alleging that features on their Facebook and Instagram social media platforms are addictive and aimed at kids and teens. According to the announcement on Tuesday, the support from so many state attorneys general of different political backgrounds. This is not like it's all the Republicans or the Reds or the Blues. This indicates a significant legal challenge to Meta's business. They're now facing multiple lawsuits on this issue in several districts. Attorneys general from 33 states filed a federal suit against them in the Northern District of California. 9 additional attorneys general filing in their own states. According to the press release from the New York Attorney General, besides New York, the states that filed the federal suit include California, Colorado, Louisiana, Nebraska, South Carolina, Washington, and Wisconsin. The lawsuit's another demonstration of the bipartisan priorities state law enforcers have placed on protecting kids and teens from online harm. Tennessee's Attorney General said this is a tough time in America. We have polarization, the likes of which we've not seen since the Civil War. And so for all the attorneys general from both parties, people who frequently disagree very vocally and very publicly, to all come together and move in the same direction, that says something. Colorado's Attorney General said this is not an action we take lightly. This is not a case that we know is going to be decided very quickly, but it's of the utmost importance. That's why we've dedicated resources of the state agencies addressing issues that are top on our national agenda. It's not the first time we've seen a broad coalition of state attorneys general teaming up to go after Facebook or Meta. Back in 2020, you'll recall 48 states and territories sued the company on antitrust grounds alongside a separate complaint from the Federal Trade Commission. The attorneys general are saying Meta designed their Facebook and Instagram products to keep young people on them for longer and repeatedly coming back. According to the federal complaint, Meta did this via the design of their algorithms, their copious alerts, notifications, and their so-called infinite scroll-through platform feeds. The company also includes features that the Attorney General's alleged negatively impact teens' mental health via social comparison or prompting body dysmorphia, things like likes or photo filters. I realized seldom would I be the one going to the defense of the likes of social media, but I'm old enough to know that, addictive personalities will find whatever they want. Pornography is addictive. Gambling is addictive. Do we shut down the casinos because there's millions of gambling addicts out there? Have they taken down all the porn sites? There's millions of porn addicts out there. Yeah, I can recall when I was a kid, the internet didn't exist. When I was a kid, video games did not yet exist. That's how old I am, people. When video games first came onto the scene, how many kids were... We've talked about this literally for decades now. The kids that used to go out and play and kick the can, softball, whatever, neighborhood, all out there having fun, riding their bikes, hiking the trails. The video games, this is leading to a nation of obese kids. All the kids do is sit in their home playing their games. Where does parental responsibility come into play? For the same that I had to deal with teenagers, a son. Yes, young Stephen. There was a time when that boy, I would go to work in the evening. He's playing video games. I'd come home the next morning. The sun's coming up. He hasn't moved. He's still playing games. There comes a time where you have to kind of say, all right, we got to draw a line here. You can only play X number of hours per day. You got to set boundaries and limits. When it comes to the smartphones, that's the next thing. That's the new generation of what was video games for my children. How many little kids? Very young. I mean, under the age of 10 will be sitting there on their smartphones, most of them playing games. But at what point whose fault is it? Whether it's video games, whether it's the internet, whose responsibility is it to tell your children, hey, we got to have boundaries, we have to have limits? I really don't know if they have that much of a case to stand on. When I was in my early teens, my addiction was music. Should we should we go after the likes of the music, the record manufacturers? When most of the younger teenage boys were all about getting their first car, because they could pick up chicks if you had a car. I could have cared less about cars. I was about music, entertainment equipment. I wanted a cassette player. I wanted to have my hi-fi system. I would literally get home from school, go in and put my headphones on and put my favorite 8-track or cassette, 8 tracks, and just lay there and listen to hours and hours and hours of just listening. And I remember it got to where my mom would be kind of pissed. Get out of your room. Well, you're doing nothing but listening to music. So I kind of see where they're coming from, but all right, back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. And then the next thing was movies. Movies became the next addition. Remember when to watch movies, you pretty much had to either go to the theater, or the drive-in, and then here comes the iteration of these little video cassette things. You can watch movies at home. Now, be honest, how many of us didn't go out to Blockbuster on Friday night and literally rent for the weekend 8 or 10 movies so you could binge? All you were doing was watching movies all damn weekend. I did that for many, many, many years. Scarecrow, what's your addiction?
depends on how deep a hole I want to dig here, Steve.
I'm kidding.
We'll save that for Friday.
Casual Friday.
We'll probably need all kinds of casualness on Friday here. Steve, since the start of this auto strike, the narrative has been we want our fair share. Now, what I got to say, there's a lot of generalization in it, and I'm going to piss a lot of people off in the industry. But, as they say, the truth hurts. Now, yes, the industry, there's a lot of specialized positions. If my voice is warbling, it's because, it's the road contributing here. A lot of specialized jobs in the auto industry, the machinists, the welders, and on like that. But there's a whole field of low-tech, very little talent required to fill these positions, Steve. Now, you want to take it to the limit. The talent not much above a burger flipper. Yeah, that's right. Anybody can be taught to do something. The auto industry, they have their own little schooling. They hire the employee, take them into the back room, show them how to operate this power tool, how to run this screw or fastener. They set them out on the floor, production line, and put them to work. It doesn't take a lot of talent to line up two holes, run a screw in there with a piece of power equipment, set up the torque spec that is required, and move on to the next piece. Now, granted, it's boring work and such, but it's not rocket science, let me tell you. Now, let's look at employee B on the other side of the fence, so to speak. This individual, he's put in this truck, tractor, trailer. It's maybe a $300,000 piece of equipment or more. And he's going to haul a bunch of freight. Several $100,000 worth. Maybe do it on the double R style, several $1 million worth. They're going to transport this equipment in a timely manner, in a safe manner, get it from point A to point B, the shipper to receiver, as expected, and do it in a professional manner, respectful of the company, and on and on and on. Now, which of these two people is worth, say, let's use $40 to $50 an hour, and throw another $30 an hour, in fringe benefits on top of that? Which of these people is genuinely worth their pay, Steve? I'm really struggling with the piece of the pie. Just how big a piece of the pie do they think they're all entitled to? Profit's always going to be there, but greed should not necessarily be the controlling factor on what a person gets paid. You earn what you're entitled to and such. Does that sound like a rant? I don't know. I just been sitting there and listening to the news reports, each half hour to hour, for the last few weeks, and I really can't describe it any better than that at the moment here, but no, and as when I say, a lot of these online, production line positions, assembly work, it's a step or two above the burger flipper. Every one of these burger flippers.
They call it repetitive motion jobs. You're working on the assembly line, making Frigidaire products, whatever it is. It's your job is to hook this wire to this and this wire to that, and one after another. It's repetitive motion jobs. Same thing you're doing if you're working at some of these meat production plants or the chicken plants. Yeah, the chicken are coming down, and your job is to cut this. Your job is to cut this over and over again. You remember when Spaceman used to say he was the butthole remover on the chickens? That's all he did was cut out the butts.
Yeah, I do remember that. But you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
The Burger King burger flipper, he can be taken out of that, position and taken back into the schooling, within a particular industry. And, he doesn't take 4 years of college to land that position. A lot of these employees who just happen to fall into it, they happen to fill out an application and they're set for life, so to speak. But, no, there's, like you say, I'm sure I've, pissed a lot of people off, but, the facts are what they are. Now, moving on here, just a moment or two. Steve, did I hear Gilligan say that he feeds his staff crackers? Did I hear that right?
Whichever staffer that your Bone Jangles has been harassing, yes, he does.
Crackers, what a cheap SOB. Man, Gilligan, you gotta feed that staff some of that really stick to your bones type of food there. Come on.
While he's feasting on Reese cups, all he's giving the staff is crackers. That's a lame. All right, it is 9 before the hour, 844-844-3388. Here on a Wednesday, hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 1 mind's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, heading down the home stretch here. We'll be wrapping things up in short order. Maybe just enough time to touch on one final story. Maybe he's not alone in this. Does anybody feel like, when it comes to, obviously, what do you say, race relations in this country, things seem to have been going backwards here in recent years. We had made so much progress. Why are we going back in time? Kind of a comparison, I guess. Super Bowl champion and member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Michael Irvin, kind of questioning the desire for young men to fantasize about the ghetto life, even if they weren't raised in the ghetto. Actually calling out his own son for portraying himself as a gangster rapper. He was on Fox Sports Undisputed with his fellow NFL great Keyshawn Johnson, discussing basketball player Jay Morant, who's been suspended multiple times by the NBA, wielding firearms on social media videos. What is this allure of this whole thug life thing for young athletes? You can't be with people all the time. I mean, they're running around. But then he pointed, implicating his own son, who is a rapper, trying to romanticize his upbringing by making it seem like he lived the ghetto life. Irvin says, quote, "I've got a son, and he raps. His rap name is Tut Tarantino. If you ever listen to some of his raps, I'm like, oh, my God, where does this come from, son? You grew up in a gated community your whole life, but you're rapping this thug life and romanticizing and fantasizing about the old thug ghetto life and all that stuff. We used to work to get away from that. Now this new generation somehow is trying to run back towards it in the music, in everything." He said he actually spoke to us, and I said, "Son, you grew up in a 20,000 square foot gated community. Where does this stuff come from? I worked hard to get you out of this, and you're rapping right back to it." Makes you kind of wonder. I can't explain it. All right, we'll close things out right there here on a Wednesday morning. So already hump day, over the hump. When we come back, it'll be, we could actually say it'll be Friday Eve. Hope you'll join us at the midnight hour Eastern time for our Thursday morning edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream